minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I'll hold back. I'll hold back. I'll hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Team minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
save you when you're tangled in your lies, caught up in the middle. I can see it in your eyes, lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you when you hide your feels from me.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Noosa. Noosa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Noosa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Noosa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bouline Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bouline Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Noosa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepac Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepac Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepac Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepac Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Noosa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Noosa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
الفي ممكن يفعل اللاعب الاخير امام اللاعبين كثار يعملها مؤمن ولا ما يعملهاش هي اليمين ولا مروان من يلقى الكوت الان يحب النيد ما تقولش في الحضان يعطيها تقول لا هي للاحلام.
Hello and welcome everyone to the very first day of the finals right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. And of course, as per usual, we're back with all the action the Africa region has to offer. Now, over the past 3 weeks, we've been seeing the teams really grinding their way across over 60 games to not only secure themselves a few bonus points, but also they've been competing for their seat at the finals table. Now, today, as we know, it marks the starting point on the next stage in their journey, and what a journey it has been so far, not only in this season, but also in the spring season itself. My name is DK, and I'm joined on the desk by none other than Ez Proxy. Ez, how are you doing today?
Whew, I'm feeling good. I am feeling good. We are finally here at the finals. We're finally going to understand who's going to be our champions for the full season. And with all the hard work that these teams are, at least that they have been putting in, we know that it's going to be a spicy, spicy weekend of games. So I'm doing great, DK. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty excited, as you've said it already, right? The finals finally here. It's time for us to see what the teams are going to be bringing. But of course, we'd love to use this opportunity to hear what our viewers are thinking. So be sure to hit us up on social media. Of course, you can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, as well as on TikTok. And be sure to include the hashtag PMPL Africa, right? Tell us what your hopes and dreams are for your favorite teams moving into the finals. It is going to be quite the challenge for the teams stepping up. As we've mentioned before, we've been seeing them grind their way out. So many teams rising to the occasion, bringing through that extra bit of adjustment and really just shaping up the way that they've been performing.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've had such an amazing performances, just in those last weekend, in that last moment. I mean, we had the craziest 1v4 clutch we've ever seen in our lifetime. It left you and I speechless. We've had teams pulling up executions that they've never pulled before in the first, second, and third week. They come in the final moments, they get themselves into the top 12, and suddenly they're a very, very scary competitor. We've had teams jumping in at the last moment into the top 16, and that's also thanks all thanks given to our format, DK, from this season. The teams really, they had to just change their mindset moving into the season.
Yeah, as we know, right, we've already concluded the league stage. It is now time for the finals. So this is where all the bonus points the teams were able to acquire throughout those first 3 weeks now all culminates into what these teams are going to be starting with as they jump into the finals, right? So no more bonus points up for grabs. As we know, it is just going to be that full-on push to see where the teams are going to be ending up and who will be the ones situated further up that leaderboard. Of course, quite an exciting array of games lie ahead of us. And of course, speaking about that, right, today marks the first day. Right, we need to take a bit of a look at the calendar to get an idea as to how much games these teams are going to be participating in. So we got day 1, day 2, and then of course we finish it all up on Sunday on day number 3, because that is going to be on the 2nd of October. So this is going to be a really tough weekend for these teams to lock in those points, lock in those performances, and at the end of the day, they are also then going to be participating for their lovely share of that prize pool as well.
Absolutely. Into the final stretch, literally, quite literally, of this fantastic season that we've been seeing so far. And the question on my mind, obviously, is, well, they had 4 days to rest. They had 4 days to prepare. They had 4 days to get their momentum and their energy levels back up to where they need to be for these finals. Because as we know, the top 16 teams that are coming into this weekend are absolutely stacked with talent.
Yeah, speaking about talent, right, they're also then looking to utilize their talent to assert themselves on the overall rankings. The finals pole position is going to be worth $10,000, after which it trickles all the way down to every single team walking away with something. As we know, right, all 20 our teams that we had participating in the league stage already having that $2,500 under their belt. But as we then also know, at the end of the event, our MVP overall will be gaining an additional $1,000 as well. So there's quite a bit up for grabs. We know also then after the finals, our top 6 teams will be presented with that opportunity to move through in towards the MEA Championship. And also, right, we know that the PMGC points are still ongoing. So there's going to be that extra pressure being applied to the teams to try and secure as many points as they can find moving through the finals proceedings.
Absolutely. And then, I mean, as you mentioned about the MVPs, we took a look at those MVP points. And as it stands currently, Titans have 3 of their players in the top 5 MVP slots so far. I mean, obviously the competition's still going, the players are still picking up those MVP points, but Teak reigning high with 2.16 MVP points, AXA just behind them with 2.11, then Puncher behind them with 1.98. Then we've got Bethesda and Slime at least being in the conjunction as well with Koa. So there is some competition, but they do need to step it up into this weekend to see if they can just grab that final MVP bonus.
Yeah, and of course, as we know, right, one point about seeing the teams really stepping out, performing exceptionally well is not only are we seeing some pretty tough contenders coming through for those MVPs, but also, right, the teams are building up that reputation. One team that we've been seeing really just showcasing a lot of talent coming through the league stage was the team there from Titans, right? Titan Gaming stepping up, just shaking it in as best as they can. I mean, they had that one day where they dropped 100 bomb, right? 50 placement points, 50 eliminations, but then 1 million rose to the occasion, right? On that Wednesday, or the Friday rather, stepping up and just showing that they too are able to replicate some pretty insane efforts. But you were talking about that crazy 1v4 clutch that we had coming in. And I'm curious to see how that is then going to translate, right? All the games that the teams have been participating in, working their way through over 60 games, how that is then going to translate moving into these finals. Because as we've said already, right? Looking at the comparison from how the teams were performing in that very first week to how they've been performing in the third week, it's an absolute drastic changeover and such a beautiful evolution as the teams have been proving themselves out on that battlefield.
Absolutely. And we know for some of the teams, they had to work a little bit harder than the rest. They had to come back really kicking and fighting for the opportunity to get themselves into the top 16. I mean, my eyes on TEAMLAG, who just in that last week brought up such a beautiful, just style of execution that they were bringing in. And that culminated into them getting into their top 16 slots, just making it in alongside teams like Blackjack and Zero Tolerance, who also had to work very, very hard to keep up with the competition and rise above it. And it's been so good to see all of the teams bringing in their special flavor, of gameplay, their special flavor of strategy that helped them combat the insane competitors that we've been having, like the Titans, like 1 Millions, who can run around, pick up crazy eliminations, and almost seem like there's no end to them. So teams have really had to step up their strategies, their firepower, and all in all, just such a good amount of practice that has gone into just, skilling up into this PMPL 4.
Yeah, well, as we know, right, only 16 teams are going to be playing in the finals, right? So we've got Titan Gaming, we've got 1 Million, we've got the players from Slime 4KT, as well as Leaders Esports, we've got Virtual Gaming Squad, Soul Esports, Triple Esports, VST Gaming, we've got a One Round Esports, Team Myth, Wave Esports, Arab Golden, as well as Desert Flame. We've got the players from Blackjack, we have Zero Tolerance, and then, of course, TEAMLAG. Now, as we saw, right, the points coming really, really close. There wasn't actually that much separating the 16th and 17th position. Only sitting on a 9-point difference, right? That is what it came down to, 9 points. Deciding who's going to be making it up in towards that top 16 and who will be just sitting on the edge, just looking on, right? Their eyes just stuck in the fence. It's like, I'm so close to making it in, but you know what? I mean, everybody has just worked so hard. We, of course, saw some pretty insane performances. Titans locking in those 12 eliminations, 12 winner chicken dinners, my bad. Of course, 1 Million Esports just one away, right? Sitting on 11 winner chicken dinners. After that, we get into the players from Virtual Gaming Squad as well as Team Miss. Both those teams also securing themselves 7 winner chicken dinners. Now, it comes to the point where we need to see how these teams are going to be stepping up and how they're going to be pushing through, right? Finals, that is where the teams are going to be unleashing those extra few strategies that we've not yet seen them utilize in that league stage itself.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of opportunities for teams to bring out a few surprises moving into the finals. As we know, they've had that extra bit of time. Maybe they've been all along keeping something under wraps, keeping some sort of energy to bring through into the finals and to showcase their best possible forms.
Yeah, some pretty insane forms indeed. But of course, as we know, right, we also need to give a big shout out to our sponsors. So first shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Aside from Monster, who we really appreciate all the effort of, we also need to give show quite a bit of love out to Oppo. So Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. Of course, as we know, right, quite a bit of excitement is just around the corner, and we're getting ready to see what everyone's going to be bringing out to the party.
Oh, yes, indeed. And I think some of the teams really are looking to start themselves off on, the highest of highs to try and catch up that gap, or to close that gap rather, from the bonus points. As we know, there were some teams that just decided they were going to run away with almost all of the bonus points moving into this weekend, like Titans and, of course, 1 Million, who were... Titans were just 4 points off, and 1 Million were just 5 points off from getting the total allowed bonus points, the best possible scenario bonus points you could have picked up. they were about 4 to 5 points away from doing exactly that. So the teams have, a slight deficit to now try and close up, whereas the teams who are sitting closer towards the top, they've given themselves that safety net moving into the final. So if things don't quite go their way or they feel a little bit of nerves, it's okay. You've got that safety net in the form of those bonus points.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite exciting to see, as we know, right? The teams are going to be stepping up with those bonus points already locked in. But let's take a look at the schedule and what map rotation we could be expecting as we are going to be making our progression into our very first game of the day. Of course, we are going to be heading over on towards Miramar to kick the party off, after which we'll be following it up with a little bit of Sanhok and Erangel. And then we're just going to copy-paste it, right? Heading right back into even more. Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel. So this will be the proceedings pretty much across the board, right? For the entirety of the finals. So the teams can really get themselves into that rhythm, into that flow. And this is where I'm expecting to see those stratagems really coming to fruition.
Absolutely. And I mean, this time, we've talked about how the teams have had to, throughout the league phases, they've gone through those crazy obstacles, right? We've shifted up the maps, we've shifted up the groups, and every single day they were basically playing a different set of maps. They were playing on a different, set of opportunities. So for some teams that, might like maybe Sanhok, might like a little bit of Miramar, might like a little bit of that Erangel, now they have that perfect balance. All 16 teams are going to have the exact same opportunities moving forward. There's going to be no changes in terms of who your opponents are going to be. There's going to be no changes in terms of, oh, well, they got an extra Sanhok this week. Come on, there's going to be none of that. It's going to be all even as we move into the finals, because we want to know, at the end of the day, who is the best of the best. When we put the foundation at the same level, when you give these teams the same opportunities, who's going to be rising to the top?
Well, it's going to be pretty toasty, right? Of course, starting it off with a little bit of that Miramar action. I mean, what better way to get it started, right? Heading straight into the desert, a nice little huge map for these teams to play out and, maybe show up with some pretty insane performances. We know that, for instance, Team Myth, right? Once they find themselves in that zone, they are just going to be sitting there quite prettily hoping to be zone blessed time and time and time again. I'm curious to see whether or not that's going to be on the cards, right? Whether or not we're going to be having a team replicated kind of effort like we saw from Team Myth coming through just in the last week. But of course, as we know, right, the plane has started. The engines are nice and warm. Everyone is just making sure that they are sitting in the right position, making sure that their trays have been, replaced, or rather moved into the upright position, right? You got to make sure that nothing rattles, make sure your windows open, everything. But most importantly, ensure that your parachute is nice and secure, because it's going to be a pretty exciting way to jump straight on through. Any expectations as to what you want to see with that first flight path coming into the finals?
You know what, let's throw a little bit of the wrench to the works. Let's head on to the north. Let's head on to some interesting terrain. But I mean, I really wouldn't mind if we end up in Chumacera again, because we've seen a lot of that in the league weeks, and we've seen how these teams can handle those situations.
Well, so hopefully Chumacera it is, right? Or Chumacera it isn't. Right, we still got to figure this one out, exactly the way around that we got to,
How do we do this? Yeah.
Yeah,
like
how we got to compose.
Want?
But either which way, only a few more moments to go until we see what the teams are going to be bringing out as they jump into their very first match right over on towards Miramar. As you've said already, and rightly so, we are not swapping around the map rotations. We are not changing and chopping with those groups. The teams are going to be fixed. The map rotations are going to be fixed, and the teams will have that opportunity to really showcase all the talent they have. And this is going to be quite the exciting start, right? A very, very hot and spicy play for these teams to get themselves into that jungle. So be sure to let us know who you guys are out here showing all that love for. Meanwhile, we are going to be hopping straight in towards Miramar to see what the flight path is going to be bringing through. We see the lovely El Pozo right down below. So that means we are starting towards that more western edge. But it does seem like we're heading straight down towards that southern side.
Yeah, so a little bit of Chumacera action still potentially in the midst, but we'll have to wait and see how that zone is going to jump on into the action as well. Well, in the meantime, the teams that really do favor the southwestern portion of Miramar are going to have some great opportunities to go for their favorite spots, their favorite, opportunities moving into, well, the rest of this map. And of course, I mean, there's only a handful of teams that I would say are a little bit disturbed, at least from the flight path. I mean, Zero Tolerance, we know they do sometimes favor that Campo Militar section, but they've also had so many of those secondary drops in and around the map, especially towards the southwestern side, that I don't think they're going to be particularly in any sort of danger. Are there
Mm.
any teams in your mind, DK, that you would say are, well, at least we're hoping the flight path was a little bit more centered?
No, right. I think everyone is pretty okay with where it is. As we know, right? It's quite easy to just hop in a vehicle, get yourself repositioned, move into a little bit more of an opportune starting position. So I think the teams are relatively okay with what they have to work with. But let's see where they're going to be going, and maybe we'll have that absolutely insane push coming in. Of course, now we know our very first zone is going to be centered up pretty much towards that kind of San Martin, El Pozo, Chumacera centralized region. So this is where things are really going to kick into gear.
Oh, absolutely. So, some very interesting opportunities here for some of the teams, especially who do favor that power grid area towards basically the center point of our map here. 1 million, of course, very comfortable there towards El Pozo. Not seeing anyone really jumping into their midst anytime soon. Triple Esports a little bit more spread out than what we normally do see. But again, DK, it's very early on. I mean, we're seeing the same thing happening for Zero Tolerance, who are also very spread out. The teams are just trying to get their loot, game going as much as they possibly could.
Yeah, well, the loot game needs to be strong, right? Especially looking
Oh,
at this kind of
yes.
positioning we have coming through. I think it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge. Seeing that the teams have taken such a wide occupation of the available area in the zone, right? We only have about 4 teams situated just on the outskirts of zone towards that Puerto Los Leones region. But
Mm.
in
So yeah, I mean, if we take a look at your VST, so interesting opportunity for them within the zone. Feeling quite comfortable. Really, no immediate danger whatsoever. And we can pretty much say that for every other team, as you mentioned there towards Los Leones, Puerto. We've got a few teams, a handful of teams outside in the zone, and finding their position within zone is going to be an interesting question. I would say it's.
Mm.
I'm not going to say it's going to be tough, but I'm going to say it's a question mark at the moment because if they go in now to zone, they're going to be fine. There's no one really within that area towards, the northwestern portion of Los Leones that they need to worry about. But moving into the later phases of the zone, we do generally see the teams migrating to the center, trying to get themselves set up within that central band, just for
Mm.
phase rotations, make it easier, less travel. I mean, I'm the same. I don't really want to be running 50Ks a day. So I would do the same. But the rest of the teams for now, they have that space available.
Mm.
So we'll have to wait and see how that's going to change up and how Titans in particular are going to head through from that southwestern portion.
Yeah, I mean, they've already set that expectation exceptionally high based on the performance that they've been showing coming through the league stage, right? So this is going to be that opportunity for them now to continue with the momentum that they've been able to build up. But as we know, they've got a few chasers hot on their tail, right? 1 million Slime 4KT also bring in a very contentious performance. So it's all going to come down to what kind of foundation work these teams can lay on this very first game, right? This is going to be that opportunity for the teams to assert their dominance, get themselves situated, and then just keep on building the stage from that point forward.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, if we take a look at some of the other teams here towards the northwestern side, we 1 million earlier on. Of course, we've got Arab Golden just towards the north portion. But if you take a look at, of course, the team that we are spectating right at this very moment, Seoul Esports in particular, the positioning that they're holding, I kind of like it. Again, like in a good position at the moment where they can potentially pick up something here with Blackjack Esports. But unfortunately, all of this effort, all of this wonderful positioning is outside of the zone. So,
Mm. Mhm.
yeah, unfortunately, they really need to be making a move on because we can already see Blackjack just teetering towards that northwestern portion. And the way that they have themselves spread out, they look to be in a good position to potentially contain Seoul Esports out of the zone.
Yeah, but I think what's going to be quite exciting is the fact that we know, right? The teams have had that opportunity to do the VOD reviews of those
Oh,
3 weeks, right,
yes.
of performances. And already we see a little bit of that adaptation coming through, right? Teams changing things up. Like Seoul, for instance, right? We didn't really see them dropping all too close towards Los Leones, so it's nice having a slight bit of a change coming through. Yes, we know Seoul, they were usually kind of in that Los Leones position, but for this time, we're not really seeing such an kind of push like what we had over in league, right? They're holding a little bit more of a steady angle, waiting to see what's going to come through. And I think this is what makes day one of the finals so exciting because all the teams have had that opportunity to change up their strategies coming through into the finals themselves, but also then they are aware that everybody else has done that. And, you need to now
Yeah.
be quick on the adaptation because if you're not, that could open up a great opportunity for any of the opposing teams.
Yeah, at the same token, you find yourself so well aware of your opponents, but they could also be a completely different beast. We've seen teams adapting so quickly. We've seen teams literally change it up within a day. And now they've had about 4 to 5 days where they had the time to sit. They had the time to analyze you. If you were one of their biggest opponents, they obviously would have started with you first. So I'm expecting 1 million in Titans to have been absolutely analyzed to the T because, of course, they have the targets on their back. They're sitting currently at the top with the most bonus points. So why not go after them? Why not understand them, and the crux of their plays and potentially implement something or another, maybe bring in some stratting into your gameplay to make sure that you don't fall victim to those kind of teams. So it's kind of like they know, but they don't at the same time, DK.
Yeah. I mean, it's that extra bit of pressure, right? Because you have to also then try and prepare for the unknown. Right, you could see that a beautiful rise coming through from TEAMLAG, for instance, right? We know that they've been building up that momentum, really trying to put in that adaptation, and they've had varying levels of success, right? Maybe these past few days of rest has been exactly what they needed now to step up and blow everyone away, right? We know Desert Flame from the previous season also showing some really, really aggressive plays. 1 million, they've worked so hard in the previous season, but are they going to be looking to now improve those standings and secure themselves a position up into that top 6?
I mean, we had the perfect example of exactly this happening in the previous season with virtual gaming. Moving in through from the league stages into the finals, all of a sudden we had a completely different discussion. We had a completely different theme to, our arguments as we moved into game by game by game by game. And virtual gaming, well, we know they were the champions for the previous season, so clearly they did something right, especially moving into that final weekend. But how is that now changed with the format, and how is that now changed for these teams, and what are they going to bring in here? We'll have to wait and see, of course, because they'll have to give us these answers, DK. We can speculate as much as we want, but unfortunately, only the teams know what they're going to be bringing to the table.
Well, we'll know once they start getting into the action, right? Because we still have all the players up and running about. That also then means that all the teams are obviously still in play. We can see still sitting on 65 players and 16 teams, right? But looking at the convergence that we have moving into the zone, center zone is going to be where the action is at as we have that blue zone on the approach. I'm curious to see where this next phase is going to be taking us.
I thought you said 65 players there for a minute, so my brain was doing a lot of math and it was not making sense in any shape or form. But it's okay. I'm here. As we take a look at this, of course, one round lag, Esports taking quite a bit of an eastern rotation into the zone, which again, we've seen this before, sticking to the outskirts, just trying to avoid as many teams as possible. Unfortunately, already 1 million, they're feeling a little bit of the action there towards the centers. All the teams are now migrating with that new zone shift. So, I mean, the opportunity here between just that western portion of San Martin and Monte Nuevo, it is going to be a very interesting zone here, especially towards the center with the terrain that's available.
Oh, yes, right. And looking at 1 million, we already have that kind of shared position up into the high ground, right? We do see that they've actually positioned one player pretty high up. And that, of course, is none other than Marshall, just off in the distance, while the rest of the team are now just looking to regroup, right? Get themselves back into contention. And now it's going to be that opportunity to really have those defensive and aggressive positions played out. But, as we know, we are going to be having an influx of teams now looking to get themselves all positioned in towards the zone. And we didn't see a super aggressive shift coming in, right? The zone just closing in on itself, and that's going to allow for a bigger continuation on the strategy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's following suit as to what the teams are bringing in, right? Because we obviously saw massive aggression in the previous league weeks. We saw massive fights. We saw massive hot drops. But the teams were pushing for points. The teams were pushing for the bonus points. They were pushing for, top 12, top 16, top 12. Like, that was constantly their focus. Now, now you are playing for it all. Now you are playing for the big bucks. You are playing for the prize. You are playing for the top 6 spots going to the MEA Championships. So a different focus has to come back in, and we saw it slightly for that third week. Just in the beginning, we saw that focus coming back once again, and we saw the teams really I love it when they get the serious. They get a little bit scary for me, but they get very serious, and that's when
Yeah.
you know that the PUBG Mobile that's coming through is going to be of the highest quality possible.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are 10 minutes in, almost on 11, and that is our first player getting taken down. It is none other than Morteza, who unfortunately gets run over by a vehicle. I mean, that's an interesting way to go, right? But now it is
Not
going to be that
bash.
snowball effect, as we are seeing quite a large convergence of teams, especially coming in towards that eastern side of the zone. The western side, surprisingly, been quite peaceful, even though we have Zero Tolerance and Titans situated a little bit more towards that western front. Also, VST finding themselves in a very kind of similar play, but also then adopting that 2-1-1 positional split here. And as we were talking about the action over towards the eastern side, we are jumping straight into it right here with the players, of course, from Triple Esports now, trying to pick up a few of those trades. They do find Ivar coming through from Wave Esports.
Hello. Just gonna be picking up something, you know, it's like going to the shop and picking up an elimination or two, so Triple Esports will be quite happy with that one. It's a good start. So Soul Esports and Triple Esports at least finding one apiece, and now looking for whatever else they can find, holding a great high ground position here, just keeping pressure on the likes of Myth, who are now moving into the compounds, trying to get themselves covered on up. Moment in particular would be very happy to not have lead punted at their rooftop. So as the team set themselves up, this next zone is going to be tight, DK. I mean, again, we still got all these teams just focusing on longevity and keeping themselves alive as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, 16 teams, only 2 players so far have been sent away. So that only means that it is going to be quite the challenge, right? Look at the spacing. I mean, so much focus being put towards that eastern side, but with the zone now shifting towards the northwest, that is going to allow a great opportunity for App Golden and 1 million, as well as VST, to just now fortify those angles and look to just rain down terror on whoever moves in front of them.
It's kind of funny. The zone is basically just following the pathing that 1 million had to take, because we know they started off in El Pozo, as we can see, one round making a dash for the zone right in the line of sight here of Leaders Esports, who obviously are taking a little bit of time to set themselves up and pick up whatever eliminations they can find. Eflex now in a bit of a spot of trouble here, DK.
Yeah, but a great kind of ambush position being held here by Leaders, right on the edge of that zone. And as we can see, that now paying dividends as one round have started to make their push on through. Unfortunately, Gary Boy not reaching all the way out with that nade. But I'm also quite interested to see what these bonus points means for these teams, right? We know that the teams already have those points coming in, but are we going to be seeing the teams finding themselves with not as many of those bonus points, really dialing up those efforts, looking to lock in as many points as they could possibly find?
That would be the question, right? I mean, the obvious answer I would always want to say is yes, because I just want the teams to keep pushing the envelope, but they understand the strategies, they understand the position that they're in. As we know, they've done the VOD reviews, they should know what they're up against. So for them, it's going to depend on what they see as a good opportunity, what they see as a disadvantage. Now, Lord, in particular, quite isolated from the rest of this team, is unfortunately going to be put at a disadvantage here as Axum moves on in for the swift elimination. And there's a little bit of feedback here from the rest of Zero Tolerance, but they don't really have the pathing into this fight whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, these are 2 teams situated on opposite end of that bonus point distribution, right? We know Titans coming in with 76, Zero Tolerance coming in with 28. So already having the 2 opposite ends meeting has turned out to be a little bit less fortunate for Zero Tolerance. But again, right, they have control of their hard cover there. Titans, however, on the opposite end, being quite exposed, but now looking to play the terrain, looking to get themselves spread out, and from that, now find a little bit more of an optimal approach to take towards Zero Tolerance.
That would be the opportunity. We know Titans, right? We know they are crazy when it comes to those engagements, and their executions have been phenomenal because they have such heavy-hitting players. I mean, we mentioned it. 3 of their players are in the running for the MVP of the season already. So we know they've got the talent, they have the firepower, and they are an incredibly scary team. But how the rest of the teams are going to respond to that is going to be the question. Triple Esports already picking up another from Wave Esports, finding D3S this time around. So it seems like they might be going for the hunt.
Yeah, they definitely are, but of course, Seoul Esports also going to be making that approach up in towards the side of Titans, and they of course greeted with open barrels, but the zone now sticking towards 1 million, right? We did see a beautiful opening happening towards that northwestern side with El Pozo
Ooh.
being entirely vacant, but now Seoul Esports having to find a bit of a different approach here as they are getting held up by Titans. Teak now going to be pushing forward. One player standing between the end of Seoul Esports and a potential continuation of the efforts.
Yeah, Teak just applying the pressure, just trying to find that last possible hit on towards Omar. Well, in the meantime, you've got Rauf down in the smoke, just right next to him, trying to see if they can get a res popped off, but the smoke will fade and Teak will find the answer to Seoul Esports being sent back into the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's Titans. No surprise to see them really looking to come in super aggressive right from the get-go. But this is a great opportunity now for Zero Tolerance to see if they can maybe put up a bit of a defensive angle here, right? Still holding on to the exact same compounds we left them in, but we are seeing that slight bit of a breakaway from Vortex, looking to get that anchor point situated just on the very edge of that zone. Meanwhile, towards that southern side, it is going to be Blackjack and Virtual Gaming Squad now going toe-to-toe with Blackjack, instead focusing their efforts on moving a little bit more towards that western edge.
Which I would definitely focus on at this point in time. You know, unfortunately for Virtual Gaming, it's not just Blackjack they have to worry about, but of course Triple Esports just in and around the vicinity as well, as Blackjack just tries to get across.
Wow, Alpha Luigi coming through with the hits. That vehicle's so close to popping, but there we go. It is going to be a double whammy as Phoenix and Chronal gets picked on up. Off they go. Reverb also falling to the aggression there. And a very unfortunate turn of events coming through here for Blackjack, but 2 teams down. 14 still left to go. And this is going to be that push coming through from Virtual, looking to get themselves situated on the southern edge.
And we can see 1 million right now. They're sitting pretty in that center zone, right? They've got compounds. They have themselves set up, and they're already trying to take a piece of anyone and everyone getting close to them. First up, of course, being Wave Esports, potentially. Next up, it might be Virtual Gaming, who are going to decide to just hide behind this ridgeline. But in the meanwhile, it's Zero Tolerance and Titans now taking a step up.
Yeah, well, Paradox brings out a bit of an answer there to Puncher, but now let's see Teak on the prowl. Oh, down he goes! Oh, P6
Ooh.
just ruining the day there for Zero Tolerance as they step up and shuts the door right on their face.
It was close though, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, Titans, they pushed on into Zero Tolerance territory, and we can already see that change up coming through from Zero Tolerance, which I love to see. This is fantastic news. Keep in mind of this later on, but let's take a look at Slime 4KT here, and 1 round fighting towards the northeastern portion of the zone, and so far 1 round, they're looking comfortable.
Yep, they are looking quite comfortable, but for how much longer will they be able to have that comfort as they are swinging towards Slime 4KT Pronto? Now just trying to ride out that reach, but Knight connecting up some beautiful hits. The Blues on pressure brings in a beautiful assistant as well. Now Slime down to 2, right? Will we have Koa ripping it up? The answer is yes, but oh, it is short-lived as the hits connect and E-Flex rushes forward. And with that, puts quite the dent in the side of Slime 4KT. Of course, Storm going to be the remaining hopeful here. Now left to try and find that opportune approach to take and get themselves secured in zone.
If it wasn't for 1 million right now, Storm would be in the prime position to make sure that 1 round gets sent back into the lobby. But regardless, the zone will help them out to do so. Now Lag and Leaders Esports are going to be spotting a bit of an intruder in their midst as they fight here towards the northeastern portion. Again, all of this happening outside of the zone, and all 3 of these teams, regardless of their numbers, they need to move in zone, which is, again, currently the best control that we see from that current zone is 1 million, with all 4 of their players holding compounds and holding such a good opportunity here for a crossfire.
I mean, speaking about opportunity, right, we saw several teams not just dropping all over the place, right? Titan Gaming is out, 1 round is out alongside the few others we had bidding their farewells. But again, as the pressure now continues to build, it's going to be up to the side there of Leaders, looking to see whether or not they can get themselves squeezed in on that eastern side. Well, we of course then have Virtual Gaming and 1 million looking to fight for control of these compounds. Of course, the southern edge could be the deciding factor, but I'm loving the fact that Marshall is still perched up high, having some great elevation.
Oh, let's bring it on in. Now, VST jumping into the crosshairs here, Virtual Gaming. And of course, they're doing so because they want to get themselves closer and closer into the zone as Desert Flame gets confirmed on out by Triple Esports. That means that eastern side has now opened up just a tad bit here, DK.
Yeah, more specifically that southeastern edge, right? Triple Esports are in a position where they can just look and breathe ever so slightly. But of course, down towards the southwestern side is going to be VST and Team Myth. Now going toe-to-toe, VST trying to take that plunge. But again, right, 1 million is going to be holding on to the only compound within that zone. VST now just trying to bring in that shock and all approach, rushing their way on forward, looking to create a bit of an opening. But Venom is going to be on the receiving end here, cooking up that nade, ready to welcome them in with an absolute blast. Up comes the push to the spray. It is mollies and grenades all over the place. But Venom now trying to time these shots, trying to time these angles. But there we go. The molly does the necessary damage. Zuxi also gets picked up, and now it turns to Lazy Boy to keep up that defensive front.
Yeah, Senke just a little bit far off here to really jump into the action. But VST, they are looking to take control at least of some portion of these compounds, as we do see Myth pulling in actually just behind them. So this is going to have a bit of a timed pressure approach here, DK, because they need to not only deal with 1 million, but as soon as they might think that they're done for, Myth can swoop on in for the third party and pick up the necessary eliminations.
They could do exactly that. So there's going to be a lot of pressure, specifically right on these two teams right now, right? But as you can see, Fivo trying to see if they can maybe reach in, just looking to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. But fortunately for 1 million, they are situated outside of the building, right? Stuck on that perimeter. But of course, the zone is going to allow them to continue those efforts. It is going to be a pretty hairy rotation, though, coming through from the north. So Lag, they're going to have a very challenging approach to make now.
Oh, absolutely. As we can take a look, it's Lag up in the midst between Storm from Slime 4KT. Marshall there from 1 million is holding that outskirt approach. And Arab Golden now, as we can see, moving on in from the western portion, now getting so much pressure applied to them by Myth, who've moved into these compounds. And now, I mean, not only are they a threat to VST and 1 million, of course, but Arab Golden now out in the open, still trying to get themselves in zone. Well, now they've got lead thrown at them and crosshairs placed poised and ready for their positions.
It's all going to come down to timing, right? We've seen these teams really bring in quite a bit of a bounce back. But Zakaria in a little bit of a challenging position, right? Completely isolated, the lone survivor left for the side there of Wave Esports. So I'm not quite sure what Zakaria is going to be bringing on through. But of course, we're talking about that really difficult rotation coming through for Lag. As you can see, them now having to descend the heights, looking to find a bit of an opportunity up in towards zone. But this just opens them up to 1 million. As you can see, so many hits lining up one after the other. But again, Venom just peering out the window, trying to capitalize on Myth Esports, who's also been turning their attention over to Lag.
Oh, a lot of fire, a lot of spikes, a lot of action here into the last couple of zones. And while Kakao just tries to get themselves on into the zone, but unfortunately Broly is so accurate. Just a sliver of HP separating Lag and, of course, the rest of that blue zone maybe sitting back into the lobby. In the meanwhile, Marshall has been found out there towards that eastern point. So now, unfortunately, it is all down to the 3 remaining members here of 1 million as Lag gets sent on back.
Yeah, and for some of these teams, it could be downhill as well, right? For VGS Virtual Gaming, it is going to be somewhat of an uphill battle, right? Trying to push in alongside players here from VST, but of course we are also then saying goodbye to a few more teams as the shots have connected up, not finding themselves in those more favorable kind of setups. But again, leaders still having to find a good approach. We can see them just on that mini-map, holding on the very edge of zone, trying to see maybe the ridge line could be that saving grace. Of course, Zakaria still all the way towards the north, but center zone, a lot of that pressure is going to come through. Of course, Gaddafi now going to be pushing out, looking to welcome leaders in for an extra bit of a party.
Oh, yes. Welcome. Do you like this type of lead? Do you like this type of lead? Or would you just like to get sent back into the lobby? Those are pretty much your options at the time being. And Virtual Gaming, well, it's going to be up to them whether or not they accept those conditions as they try and give a little bit of damage bond back. Shadowin goes down, and now Gaddafi just trying to capitalize on towards Carry Boy here.
Well, that is quite the bounce back coming in, but Carry Boy now just trying to get themselves much closer to that zone. As we can see, it of course now just centers up right into the Valley of Doom, right in that beautiful vacancy between all our remaining players here. Of course, 16 players still alive, 6 teams left to try and duke it out. Leaders trying to bring that rest. Not quite sure whether or not Carry Boy is going to be able to pull it off, as we are seeing Gaddafi and Alpha Luigi now on a very steady and aggressive approach. But of course, the nades getting cooked up in response. Could this be the one to seal the fate for leaders? Or could they put up quite the position here? It is going to be Shadowin to get taken right on down as Zeus comes rushing on forward. Oh, but look at that! Carry Boy finds a knock, but it's not going to be sufficient as they too get reduced to dust.
This is massive right now for Virtual Gaming because they're the only squad that can still have 4 players in the final moments as 1 million and Myth. They try and find an answer to their contention. And currently, of course, we can see it's just Ramsey. But we know what Ramsey's done in the past, DK. We've seen these 1v4 clutches on this map specifically. So now what can Ramsey do in the situation up against 1 million? Zakaria from Wave Esports and, of course, VST, who are still in the vicinity, able to get involved with this contention.
I'm loving this persistence being shown here by Zakaria, right? Just holding on to the north, trying to keep themselves in contention. But of course, a lot of pressure is going to come through towards the southwestern side. VST is still trying to find a bit of an opening. But of course, the shots themselves connecting up. It is going to be now VST reduced down to only its Abood. Zakaria getting sent off. 1 million. Still having a very contentious play, right? As we can see, 3 players up, having to try and find their way forward. Oh, but that blue zone is going to deal the necessary damage. And with that, we are down to only 2 teams. It is a 4v3. VGS, Virtual Gaming Squad, looking pretty exceptional here, right? Number-wise. They don't have the most opportune position. Of course, 1 million finds themselves still within these compounds.
1 million looking for a little bit of that revenge coming through from the spring season, right? We know Virtual Gaming, they took the championship title. Now, 1 million, this could be their start. On the first map of championship weekend, they could make a statement right here and take it all away from Virtual Gaming, who, as you beautifully said, have the best numbers. But Senke finding Alpha Luigi might bring some semblance of opportunity here, just trying to bring things to an equal stand.
Well, let's see where this is going to go, right? That zone is going to be applying quite a bit of pressure. The same as Gaddafi. As they find the hits raining on down, it all now turns to Venom. Let's see, is this going to be that first victory awarded towards Virtual Gaming? Gaddafi with a very bold approach, but they still have the numbers advantage. The molly's flying all over the place. Venom now trying to dodge these flames. Gaddafi, one shot, pushing forward. Is this going to be that winner chicken dinner? Venom tries to run out in the blue zone, but of course, their fate is sealed. It is going to be that victorious winner chicken dinner. Going straight to Virtual Gaming Squad, locking it in with 11 eliminations to their name.
I love that final moment. Venom just deciding, listen, okay, I know what's going to happen. I'm in a 1v3. I'm literally being burnt into a crisp, but the least I can do is deny you that final elimination. So, I send myself into the blue zone. 1 million esports, so close, but it's ultimately going to be Virtual Gaming picking up our first win of the championship weekend. Of course, there's still many maps. This doesn't mean too much just yet, but it is a great start to the championship weekend.
Yeah, 1 down, 5 more to go. But what a way to kick off our very first match right here in the finals for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, well, the team's really stepping up, rising to the occasion, right? We saw a few upsets coming in those early stages, right? Titans, for instance, they got taken out very early on, right? So I'm loving the approach coming through. A team that has been showing so much dominance throughout the league stage, facing quite a few obstacles moving into this very first game. But as we know, right, the players there from 1 million, they just secured those compounds time and time again. But essentially, let's take a look and see what the overall rankings are. Virtual Gaming Squad sitting up in pole position, 26 points to their name. 1 million hot on their heels though with 17, of course, followed very closely there by VST Gaming.
I like the setup that's coming here. I mean, we have 6 teams already with double digits in the first map of today. So a beautiful jump up for some of these teams. And we were asking that question, the teams that find themselves, you know, on the lower end of the bonus points moving into the finals weekend, how are they going to react moving into the first game of the day? Virtual Gaming, I mean, they were in 6th position there with 56 bonus points, and they're just running with the points at this moment in time, picking up another 26 just to add to their tally. Of course, there was such good eliminations spread out amongst the teams. I mean, you've got Virtual Gaming picking up double digits. We've got Leaders Esports with 7, Titans with 9, even Wave and Triple Esports, you know, down towards the quote-unquote bottom of this page, picking up fantastic points.
Yeah, really exceptional way to kick it all off, right? I mean, this is the kind of performance that we want to see, but now we want to have that continue, not only for the remaining matches today, but also through the rest of the proceedings going through the finals, right? We want to see that happening in day 2 and day 3. But what a way, right? As we know, this is now going to bring in a bit of that adaptation the teams will have to make. Of course, Slime for GT walking away with those 5 points up in 9th position. And then, you know, as we progress a little bit further down, those numbers really start to fall, right? 2-2-2 going out there to App Golden, TEAMLAG, and 1 round Esports. But then, of course, Desert Flame, Soul, Zero Tolerance, Blackjack, having a pretty tough run.
Yeah, it was pretty tough there towards the final moments. We did see, you know, one or two teams getting caught out quite early on with the way that the zone was shifting. It was pretty tough for the teams moving in from that southeastern portion, having to constantly fight and fight their way into zone, into safety, which obviously did, you know, amount to a few numbers being lost along the way, and then they get into zone and then they're not quite ready because that's how things go, especially with those crazy shifts that we saw. But it was a beautiful opportunity for the other teams to jump in and pick up their winner chicken dinner. Of course, we know there's still another Miramar left in today, so if they didn't like that Miramar, it's okay. They're going to get a second portion of that later on. But first, we have to go onto Sanhok for a few more crazy bits of action. And so far, DK, I mean, if we were talking a little bit about predictions, not that I'm going to ask you to do them because we know what happens when you do. How do you feel like these teams are just bringing in the general sense of, you know, strategy that they're bringing in?
Well, they're really shaking it up, right? Let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match, just to showcase this even more so, right? I mean, Titans, they will also, as we know, proving to be quite a force, right? They've proved themselves all the way up in that league stage, but then moving into this very first match, this is where we saw so many teams just looking to improve on their overall play, right? I mean, we had this really take a swing in a way that we didn't really imagine. But I think that's what makes it so exciting, right? Virtual Gaming just rising up once again, showing us why they were able to lock in the previous season's victory, right? Sitting at the top of the log over in that lovely spring season. And again, 1 million, as we know, right? They were also a very, very contentious team, especially coming through from that spring season's league stage, moving into this season's league stage. But now we want to see those efforts being just strengthened even more so as they move through these finals.
I mentioned a statement was going to be made in the last couple of battles there, and especially in that final altercation between 1 million and Virtual Gaming. And one way or another, a statement was made. We'll have to wait and see what 1 million's response will be on the next Miramar, and maybe they might change it up or take the winner chicken dinner this time. But of course, Sanhok being the next map that these teams have to prepare for. As we know, it is a lot smaller than Miramar. It's in a complete change up here. And DK, now the question goes, okay, well, what do our viewers think about this? What do our viewers think is going to be happening next?
Well, I mean, they can, of course, reach out and tell us, right? Hit us up on social media. You can, find us on YouTube, Facebook, as well as on TikTok, and tell us what your predictions are, right? Who do you think is going to be the team sitting at the top of the log come end of day, right? Be sure to include the hashtag there, PMPL Africa, and give us your predictions, right? Let's see how accurate our viewers are at guesstimating what the outcome will be.
They're definitely better at guesstimations than I am. I can tell you that much. My guesstimations are really not on point. Whatever I say, the opposite will happen. So, yeah, maybe I'm good at doing the opposite. We'll have to wait and see, as the teams have to decide what they're going to be bringing in on Sanhok. Already we've seen, as you mentioned, those small adaptations. I mean, just with Seoul Esports there towards Los Leones. So, I'm wondering, how are we going to see the changes reflecting now on Sanhok?
Ooh, I think that is going to be another can of worms to open up, right? But of course, one that we're quite excited to see what the teams will be bringing through. Because as you said, right, it is going to be time for a little bit of that Sanhok action, heading from the larger map down to a little bit more reduced space, right? The teams being forced much, much closer together. But as we've seen, the teams really being in a position where they are able to adapt according to what the zone is bringing, right? Miramar, they've got a tendency to speed it up. Moving into Sanhok, they've got that lovely tendency to slow it right on down. But also, there could be a few of those blue zone heal strats coming in. But what I'm liking about this kind of progression is we play it on the more ranged assaults, then we play the close quarter combat, then we combine the two, and we jump over into Erangel to see what the teams will bring on through. But of course, prediction-wise, I think it's going to be pretty difficult to ascertain exactly what we could be seeing. I just want to see a continuation of the efforts that we've had already come through in league stage teams, really just looking to surprise us with even more outstanding performances.
The big question in my mind right now is, of course, what's going to happen over towards boot camp. As we know, Leaders Esports one round, they kept finding each other in boot camp, especially towards the later portions of league phase. And there was a bit of an answer, it was a bit of a clap back. I think we had 2 go to Leaders, we had 2 go to 1 round. So I mean, I'll just say it's even for now, just for the sake of the competition moving on in. Is that going to happen again, or are the teams changing up, their drop sites? We've already seen that coming through from Seoul Esports. Now we have to wait and see if, well, especially is 1 round or Leaders going to be moving away from bootcamp to rather focus on longevity, giving themselves the best opportunity to just stay alive into a crazy map like Sanhok.
Well, all will be revealed, right? And of course, we are getting ready to hop straight into Sanhok to have the answer to see whether or not the contention for bootcamp will remain pretty tight. But of course, here we go. Ooh, a little bit of a surfy surf, right? As we are on the approach down towards the map. A few teams already quite early with getting ready to move about, right? Looking to see maybe if they can lock in a decent position. Of course, that flight path is going to be quite decent, right? Very centralized. But as we know, Sanhok flight path doesn't really matter all too much. What is going to be more important is where these teams get themselves positioned, but also looking at that very first zone, right? You have to try and get yourself set up in anticipation for that as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You want to get yourself set up as well as you possibly can. Already taking a look at bootcamp, as I mentioned, it's something that I've been wondering about. 1 round going to be finding themselves isolated now. Leaders Esports instead have moved up towards Hatin, so already that's one very big change that's coming through onto this Sanhok of the day. It's a great spread out approach here from a lot of the teams, especially Zero Tolerance. I mean, they are as spread out as you really can be on Sanhok, and they are feeling it as they are finding themselves in the center zone.
Well, nothing wrong with a little bit of that center zone occupation, right? But as we also then have it is going to be an early engagement starting between Desert Flame and Wave as the first shots connect on through. And that is not the kind of start that you want, but that is what we were expecting to see come Sanhok. But again, right, a very spread out approach. And I think once we move into these next few phases, as we're going to be seeing a lot of these positional plays really evolving and coming to some form of a conclusion.
Hello, what do we have here? Rhino, Cacao. What's happening here? Are we just inspecting what's happening here towards the cave area? As we like to guesstimate, we also inspectimate sometimes. Of course, Rhino are going to be looting on up. I'm not sure if they know how much danger they're in, because we've got Cacao, we've got 1-9 here. They look to be, teaming up, maybe going for a little bit of that elimination action here, DK?
It could be, right? But I'm also then going to be calling you in Inspector Magator Gadget.
Yes,
seeing that we're going along those lines. But so either which way, of course, Rhino just going to be trying to survive as best they can, being in the current position that they find themselves. Ooh, Rhino already spotting out a bit of something there, but it is going to be Cacao quick on the trigger, jumping at the opportunity to now reduce Wave to only 2 remaining hopefuls. So Zakaria, D3S, we still have them up towards that quarry position. But now that changes up the entire dynamic for them.
You see, this is not what Investigator Gadget would recommend whatsoever. If you know you're in danger, get out. Don't go for it, especially in a 1-on-2 scenario there. But unfortunately, that's just how the drops came on through. Now, Desert Flame, of course, they picked up on something happening here towards Cave. They're going to be moving all of their numbers into this location now to potentially take out the 2 here from Lag Esports, as we can see, getting closer and closer towards Cave. Bouline, in particular, going to be one of the first members of Desert Flame to try and get that information for the rest of the team, as the breach is just about to go down. I mean, 1 there towards the top, and then the 3 players moving here in towards these trenches. Could spell a bit of disaster here for Lag Esports.
Yeah, it could be quite a disastrous play indeed. But again, right, Lag, they want to try and survive this one as best they can. But a very spread out play coming through. I'm not quite sure whether or not 1-9 is going to be able to provide any answers to this steady roll through coming through here from Desert Flame. I'm also curious to see what's going to come through from the rest of the team, right? Are we going to have A9Q and Fantasy kind of joining up towards Cave? Or are they going to come in with a bit of that flank approach, trying to alleviate a little bit of the pressure being brought on now by Desert Flame?
Well, we obviously see that 1-9 is aware that someone's in the area, right? They're keeping an eye out on the trenches. They're keeping an eye out on the entrance. Desert Flame in particular, they're being a little bit more hesitant into when they're going to actually make this approach, as they still need to get their players into prime positions. And that might give A9Q the exact timing they need. We already see them in the vehicle making a rotation into cave. They should be joining their teammates shortly, and then all of a sudden Desert Flame will be forced to take action or to take their leave from this position.
But I'm liking this position being held down below by Kakao and 1-9, right? Really drawing in, or drawing the focus rather of the players from Desert Flame, and that opens up that opportunity. But is A9Q going to be looking to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the rest of the team, or will we have a little bit more of a preemptive strike coming through from Desert Flame, right? We'll have to keep our eye on that feed to see how that all unravels. But for the time being, we are going to be moving over towards 1 round and 0 tolerance. We have also situated up in towards the center zone.
Yeah, feeling quite comfortable right now with their positions. And of course, Paradox here, the scout from Zero Tolerance in their 1-3 setup, looking to get a little bit more information here towards 1 round to see if the rest of the team could be moving on in for an engagement here, because then they can not only take themselves a few lovely eliminations to put in the back pockets, but of course they can take some great positioning. Now, Chico, oh, gotta be careful jumping into a vehicle right in the front of Paradox here. You could be finding yourself with a less HP than what you started with.
Yeah, I mean, not the best approach, but you know what? It is what it is. So let's see whether or not Chico will be able to bounce back from that. Escanor still going to be holding a little bit of a vantage point, trying to leverage this elevation, and Paradox now getting spotted out. But this also opens up the opportunity for Gaddafi and the remainder there of Virtual Gaming Squad to also come rolling through and bring in their own contribution.
I mean, VST could even jump on in from the south position there, closer towards Quarry. Maybe moving up a little bit more, but we'll have to wait and see, as a lot of the teams are going to be trying to at least keep their positions within zone for as long as they can. It's really those teams, the outskirts, that have to make those rotations. So, I mean, for the likes of TEAMLAG and Desert Flame in particular, they don't have that pressure to rotate right now. They look to be just applying a little bit more time and investing some more time into this engagement, getting a little bit more information. But of course, Arab Golden, moving on up from Camp Charlie, could be a little bit of a deterrent alongside Seoul Esports, who've just made that dash across the river.
Yeah, aside from that, the other deterrent could, of course, be the zone, right? As we know, Blue Zone is on the slow, steady approach. Leaders Slime, 1 million, as well as Myth, still having to find that approach to get themselves situated towards this next phase. I do think that this Blue Zone could be that determining factor. Of course, Titan also going to be just keeping their distance off to the edge. But now, Wave, Blackjack, alongside rather the players here from Desert Flame and Lag, now looking to see if they can potentially lock down and just fortify the angles they have. But I agree with you, Lag, Desert Flame, they need to try and conclude that whole situation.
No, absolutely. I mean, with that zone that's moved on in, this would be my immediate sign to get out, because we know a lot of the teams are going to be making the rotation into the zone, and particularly through that position, as we can already see Buden picking up YC from Seoul Esports. So, hello, that's the red flag. Get on out, get into a better position. Don't put yourself in that sandwich situation. Leaders Esports, of course, in the zone, yes, in the zone. Out in the blue zone, making their rotations on through, alongside 1 million, Slime 4KT, and of course Myth, who still have to yet find an answer into how they're going to approach this next zone. No, sorry, I said zone. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge with the zone is going to be quite the challenge indeed, right? Because as we know, we're still sitting with 16 teams, and we've only said goodbye to 3 of the players so far. So this still opens up a very, very contentious play. Of course, Arab Golden are going to be looking to contest for this hill side alongside Desert Flame, but it does seem like Desert Flame, they've got other interests, right? Instead, looking to get themselves positioned a little bit more favorably towards that more centered territory. Triple and Wave, however, on the other hand, are going to be looking to light it up once more.
Again and again. These two teams keep fighting each other. We had it happen on Miramar, and now once again, here towards Sanhok, it just seems like Triple Esports have got Wave's number. Honestly, Zakaria now going to be jumping on into the vehicle to try and get away, but unfortunately the reach from VST is going to take them down to just a sliver of HP. I'm not sure how they're going to get themselves out of this one.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Zakaria's heart rate has gone through the roof with that adrenaline surge now coming through. But of course, still in a position where they could bring in that extra bit of continuation. Even though they are solo, we've seen solos do some really devastating things, but for the time being, it is going to be up to VST. And of course, the occupation of one round just held up alongside them. Meanwhile, Desert Flame will continue to push forward, looking for even more of that Seoul Esport action.
Yeah, and they've wrapped around into such a prime position here to now attempt to gatekeep Desert Flame, get the revenge, for their fallen comrades, and maybe pick up an elimination or two before they head on further into that zone. Omar, in particular, has to be put up onto the pressure. As Buden moves on in with the rest of the squad to try and get those confirmations.
Yeah, Hemo is going to be facing off against Myth on the opposite end, but Omar also having their plate pretty full of aggression. But as we can see, Hemo quickly and swiftly dealing with that first player. Of course, now Shotty's in the action once again, but a quick reposition could be all that's needed for Hemo to get sent away. And Seoul Esports now also finding themselves being reduced to dust.
Unfortunately, I mean, if both of your last two players are fighting in a 1v4, things are going to happen. Unfortunately, they did. But now, there's a Flame and a Myth. It is not done for them just yet. They thought they just came in for one or two eliminations. Now they are suddenly facing off against an entire team here towards the compounds. And Myth are going to be one of the first to try and reposition, getting better information. While Desert Flame, they need to get their HP bars up to scratch.
Yeah, well, they got to be doing this. Oh, very strong push on that front as Six God reaches in and just locks in that knock on towards Momin. But of course, Ramsey and Farok still on the approach. DWAS is going to come sneaking forward, sends out a bit of that nade action. Unfortunately, not landing the hits, but it's going to be Ab Golden gets sent away next. There we go. The continuation pulls through. Myth now being in quite the shaky spot, right? Farok, Ramsey, two very capable players, are going to be having to deal with the full force of Desert Flame. Down goes Farok and Ramsey. Now going to be the final contender left. DWAS and the rest of the crew here from Desert Flame prepping themselves for this ambush. Or are they going to be able to secure it? The rush comes in. The shots fly all over the place. It is going to be Flacco down. And with that, Six God locks it in and sends Myth backing.
I mean, Farok there with the nade that went on through for that entry of Desert Flame, and then the pre-fires that came on through, they were fantastic. They were nearly enough, but unfortunately, it's once again that numbers game that comes to fruition and just bites these teams in the back as they move on into the rest of the zone. However, we do have a few teams that have already set themselves up beautifully. Zakaria, one way or another, still alive and in between Triple Esports and VST here towards the center zone, but now it's Zero Tolerance here towards the north, fighting up against Virtual Gaming for control.
Yeah, Virtual Gaming, right, already just surging absolutely high. Now going to be looking to see if they can replicate the efforts once again. But right, Zero Tolerance in a very important position because it's going to be that determining factor, right? It'll be the deciding play as to whether or not Virtual Gaming will be showing some insane dominance once again, or will they be met with a very aggressive answer coming through from the Zero Tolerance side? Because as we know, Zero Tolerance definitely could benefit off of a few additional extra points being awarded to them.
No, absolutely. I mean, the same can be said for any team. It's the first day of the championship weekend, so everyone is gunning for as many points as they possibly can, just to give them that edge, to give them that safety net as they move on through into the rest of the weekend. But Virtual Gaming already running on a high here with their first winner chicken dinner of the weekend. Now looking for a little bit more. What will Zero Tolerance be able to say in response to that, as both of these teams, they hold the perfect numbers, 4 apiece each. And of course, Zero Tolerance having such a good position, but we'll have to wait and see how that information is going to translate into those engagements later on. In the meanwhile, we've got one round moving on in from Quarry into a position closer and closer towards VST. But again, it is the slow and steady approach from all of these teams because they know as soon as they step up, as soon as they make a stand to try and take an engagement, that means third-party potential for everyone else in the vicinity.
Yeah, and speaking about third party, right, 1 million also on the approach, coming in from that northeastern side. So that could bring in a few problems for Titan, who are very likely to be on the receiving end based on the approach coming through there from Venom and the rest of the team. But of course, Blackjack would also be in a position to provide a bit of that answer. But again now, right, looking at the zone, the team's just taking that quick opportunity to just make themselves 100% sure that they are where they want to be and they are playing the strategy that they are hoping to take. Of course, Slime going to be taking a very steady look on towards leaders, waiting for that opportunity now to present itself in anticipation of this next zone shift.
Yeah, the change-up has to be here, as of course we see the rotations coming on through. Leaders Esports now just trying to apply the pressure as they try and relocate themselves into a more favorable position, moving into the rest of the zone, and just a little bit of X Games moments, just ramping those cars, just showing off just a tad. But of course, the rest of the teams, they're still looking for position. We've got 1 million in a very split-up approach as well, DK. It's a 2-2 split, with one of the two still being there towards Lakawe, and then the other two closer towards Doc. So now in the zone, as we can see, just alongside Blackjack Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a risky play, but I think a good approach either which way coming through then from 1 million. I mean, they find themselves already so close to that next zone shift. But of course, Desert Flame, on the other hand, they are smack dab center pretty much. Now, as we can see, the aggression being dialed up there by Zero Tolerance as they take aim on towards Virtual Gaming. 1 million getting greeted into that zone as well. And this is the play that we want to have. Titans as well as Blackjack now going to be finding themselves in a little bit of an altercation on the edge of the zone.
Oh, we can see the knocks are just running on through, but it's Titans now, and they seem to have Blackjack Esports number, who are, again, being pressured by 1 million, who've just made their way into the zone. So they have a bit of a split focus at this point in time. It's going to be a 2-2 split now, trying to focus 2 towards Titans and 2 towards 1 million. What a challenge.
Oh, I mean, really having to keep their heads on an absolute swivel. But here we go. Teak now looking to rush forward alongside Puncher. Finds a bit of an opportunity on towards Coronel there. But it will Reverb and Phonics be able to get the sneaky approach dialed in. We can see those utilities getting cooked up and sent over. But Axa finds the hit. Nade just locked in towards Coronel. Also, a little bit of aggression being shown elsewhere on the map as well. But here we go. Punching up, pushes in. Oh, swiftly deals with the hit. But down they go. 2 down on the Titan edge. But will this be that opportunity for Blackjack now to bounce back, right? Everything is going to be riding on MG and Reverb. MG, of course, is going to be trying to keep up the defensive. T gets traded. MG goes down. And now Reverb in such a challenging position. It's going to be a 1v1 going up against Axa. But Axa using that opportunity to get that health bar a little bit more adjusted. Reverb following suit. But is this going to be now that 1v1 to the finish? Or could this be a quick attempt at a raise? Up comes the hits, the sprays, and it is Blackjack getting taken right on down.
Oh, the change-up is there. The teams are just so pinpoint accurate with their executions. We see a few more teams just dropping back into the lobby. Lag, of course, being one of the teams to join Blackjack Esports. So we're down to our top 11 teams moving into this next zone. Of course, Desert Flame and Triple Esports, one of the teams best situated within this next zone, alongside 1 million Esports. And a few stragglers here and there, as we can see Slime for KT just off into the distance, unfortunately taking quite a bit of damage as they're trying to keep themselves sustained into this next zone.
Well, let's see how far they're going to be able to manage this approach. Of course, leaders are going to be moving in onto Slime 4KT. We can see Goa and Plaza just up ahead. Meanwhile, Desert Flame holding a very steady angle behind them. But up comes the rush. Gary Boy pushing straight on in. The nade succeeds. And that is Slime 4KT just getting taken down so aggressively.
Oh, we love to see it. Just the aggression moving on in here from Leaders Esports into the final moments. This is exactly the leaders we saw and we know. They are so good with their executions, but how are they going to translate that into a winner-winner chicken dinner? Of course, Triple Esports here moving on in from that eastern side, now having to face off against the two from 1 million. It seems like these two just keep finding each other.
Yeah, well, you know, it is inevitable. The teams are going to be having to really work for those extra few points. Desert Flame at this point in time, right, are going to be leading the pack, sitting on those 7 eliminations to their name. So very favorable kind of play coming out. But Titan, as we know, sitting on 4. 1 million, on the other hand, not finding any eliminations just yet. So it is going to be Lazy Boy now to push in and try and secure that first hit. They do succeed, but they very abruptly then get taken down as P6 comes swinging on through. But this could be now a definite blow of devastation getting sent in towards Lazy Boy. Venom still in a potential angle here to have something happen. But as we know, that is not going to spell the end for 1 million, right? We still have Senke held out in the blue zone.
Of course, holding their typical Sanhok strategy moving on in. But of course, P6 just very hungry for those eliminations. And hopefully, we'll be keeping their head on a swivel. As we know, Venom with a very good flanking opportunity. But who else has a good flanking opportunity is Leaders Esports. At least they thought they did. Unfortunately, Carry Boy down to a sliver of HP, trying to get themselves set on up before they take this even further. Because now they have to go right through Desert Flame Esports if they want to get themselves into the zone.
Oh, and it is going to be Buden and Carryboy to have a bit of a trade there. It's going to be 6 now to get sent away. Buden goes down. And this is that opportunity now for Leaders Esports to just dial up the efforts, looking to close it through. Of course, one round getting backed up and sent away. But here we go. Right, the altercation on the very edge. That blue zone moving its way on forward. Got Triple and VST also fighting for control on that very western side. But the zone is going to be allowing for great continuation as Carryboy now reaches in with the nade, reducing the Desert Flame team down to 2. Glaser, gets found out and off they go.
We love to see the nades moving on into a Sanhok. I mean, come on, it's the prime positioning. Triple Esports now moving on in from that western side, looking for VST and looking to do the exact same thing. They are scrambling for the angles here as all of these teams are trying to get themselves into zone, into this new phase. And 7 Reef might be one of the first to jump on in looking for those connections.
Yeah, well, they want it, right? They want to hit those shots right on the money. But up comes Itzabud, looking to just get themselves a little bit more towards that southern edge. Well, very unknowingly, they moved into the reach of Carryboy, who greeted them with a beautiful, beautiful nade. But Carryboy and Shadowin now really having to find that next approach to take, right? Already 7 eliminations strong, and they could just look to push that to the next point. Of course, Hansley on the opposite end could bring in that extra adjustment. But of course, Triple Esports are going to be closing that sandwich now on towards VST.
Oh, the changer comes on in. VST moving on in to try and find the final here of Triple Esports, while Black 7 just tries and fights it out. But it's going to be Fivo moving on in, finding that last little connection, DK. And now Zero Tolerance might be their next contender, might be their next obstacle.
Well, it could definitely be quite the obstacle indeed. But Leaders getting the door shut there. It is going to be Zero Tolerance now trying to find a bit of a position to play at. Xerxes goes down and VST gets sent away. 9 eliminations strong and Zero Tolerance now just looking to push the envelope as much as they can. I got to say, I'm absolutely loving this play.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. It's Zero Tolerance. They stepped on up, they found VST, and now it's only really Venom that's actually in the zone here, that's actually in any sort of contention to jump on in and maybe stop Zero Tolerance from claiming they winner chicken dinner. The rest of the teams, of course, as you can see on the map, they're out in the blue. They have nothing to say in these final moments other than how many meds they have left to work with.
Well, I mean, hoping that they have enough to get themselves into those positions that they're aiming for. Of course, Venom, the final contender left for 1 million within the zone, is going to be looking to just sneak it through, right? So regardless of what happens to Venom, we still have Senke now looking to push as fast as they can with that heal strat. But Zero Tolerance, they've pretty much got this one in the bag, right? 6 eliminations to their name. Oh, but not out of the woods. Venom is going to be looking to still remind them that you need to pay your dividends all over the place, right? You need to keep those eyes and ears open until the match is completely done. Now, Venom taking quite a bit of damage. We got B6 there from Titan, also on the slow, steady approach, but the blue zone has other plans for Venom, and off they go. This is now all down to Zero Tolerance to just maintain their position coming through in this play.
Oh, it must be so tempting for P6 now to just try and take a little bit of a shot here towards Zero Tolerance, but maybe they're looking for that longevity play. No, they are going to be trying just something towards those eliminations. So now that will all but seal it. It is only Senke from 1 million that's stopping us from finishing off this map out in the blue, holding such a good placement and picking up the necessary points, as we can see the man in question right there, just using whatever they really have to work with, with the most adorable dog ever. I mean, just it's so cute.
Well, I mean, cute is not gonna get a chicken dinner, but either which way, I guess it works, right? I mean, that's the kind of play that we're going for here, as we are looking on as Zero Tolerance are doing their due diligence, just ensuring that there's no one within reach for them to potentially strike at. And what a great play this is coming through for Zero Tolerance, right? We know that they started the day off with those 28 points under their belt. Now, this winner chicken dinner alongside the 7 eliminations they have could be just what they need. But Senke is going to be siding off as the blue zone reigns supreme. And Zero Tolerance then walks away with that glorious winner chicken dinner, logging in an absolutely phenomenal performance. 7 eliminations.
Once again, it's the change-up. It is not the Titans. It's not the 1 millions that are picking up the winner chicken dinners. At least not the first ones for the day. It is going to be Zero Tolerance to pick up our first Sanhok winner chicken dinner of this weekend. And with such a dominating performance, at least there towards the final phase, really picking up a fantastic set of eliminations. Leaders and VST in particular were looking so strong, especially VST just raining hellfire down there from the north points of that hilltop. I thought it was going to be their game. In all honesty, I thought the change-up was here, but no, Zero Tolerance, they stepped on in and they claimed that victory.
I mean, what a great way that is for Zero Tolerance just to rise to the occasion, rise to the challenge, and just show us what they've learned over these past 3 weeks, right? I mean, all that information kind of now culminating in such an exceptional performance. And as we saw, right, once you move in Sanhok into that final zone, even though you have it, it still doesn't mean that you're in the clear, right? We've seen some of that blue zone play come through, like we saw from Venom. Also, just reminding Zero Tolerance that they are not entirely alone. Always got to do that due diligence. But of course, well done though, going out to Zero Tolerance for that glorious winner chicken dinner. We know that we are going to be taking a look at those match points pretty soon as well, right? Just to see how many points these teams were able to secure coming through. But again, right, as we saw, quite an interesting development coming through as the teams kept on moving up. But of course, aside from that, we have to show a little of love going out to our sponsors. So first shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, aside from Monster, we also have to show some love going out to Oppo. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. And as we saw a lot of that gamer mode being utilized right now.
Absolutely. I mean, picking up into the final moments of Sanhok, it was a bit of a twin toss as to who it was going to be going, who was going to be taking those final moments. I mean, Titans, Triple Esports, they all picked up some very convincing engagement, but then VST swooped on in, not only picking up the remainder of Triple Esports, but of course leaders as well, who, I mean, they look strong at some point. Desert Flame looks strong at some point. Myth looks strong at some point. Everyone had their shining moments, but it all came down to that final decision, and the teams really just taking advantage of that zone shift. But Sanhok done for the day. Miramar, well, no, the first Miramar and the first Sanhok done for the day. We still have another helping later on. So once again, if the Sanhok that the teams had now wasn't quite to their standards, they have another opportunity later on.
And that's what makes this final so exciting, right? We are going to be going Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and then just repeating it, right? Not only twice in one day, but also then for all 3 days of the final. So the teams will have multiple opportunities to try and just piece these puzzles together and see where they can find themselves with regards to those points and these distributions coming in. But again, right, an absolutely phenomenal showing coming through as the team stepped up. And, I mean, this was a very satisfying Sanhok, right? We saw a few glimmers of that coming through league play. But, I mean, looking at what we had right now, I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in that second Sanhok. But, of course, in the meantime, let's take a look and see what the match rankings are. Of course, Zero Tolerance with that winner chicken dinner sitting on 22 points to their name.
Woo! Picking up a crazy winner chicken dinner. Of course, again, top 5 picking up double-digit points one way or another via either the placements or the eliminations. VST and leaders in particular, they definitely jumped on in with those eliminations, and it was a beautiful showing. And Desert Flame Esports, hello, picking up only 1 placement points, but making it up there with their 7 eliminations alongside TEAMLAG, picking up another 5.
Yeah, some really strong performances coming in here. But of course, you know, Virtual Gaming Squad locking in that 4th place finish, awarding them 8 points. It was quite surprising based on the performance that we had over on Miramar for them to not find any eliminations this time around. But I guess at the end of the day, you know, you got to take what you're given, right? So whether it's 8 points, whether it's more, it is what it is. So still some very acceptable points being shown on the overall rankings, at least on this very first page.
It was a good change up, but of course, you know, we have to go to the second page to see what the rest of the teams were able to pick up on that first of the day. It was quite a surprising one, so I wouldn't be surprised if we have some very interesting standings on this side of things as well. Triple Esports alongside Slime4KT and Blackjack reigning supreme on this side of things with their eliminations, but Wave, one round, Myth, they all picked up points one way or another. It's only really Arab Golden and Seoul Esports with their rotation there towards the southern parts of Sanhok that it didn't quite pan out the way that they were expecting.
Well, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? Things don't always go the way that you hope. All you can do is put in a very strong effort and take whatever results you get after that. But of course, as we know, right? That's in the past. Match number 2 done and dusted. Of course, we still have 4 more to go. But speaking about done, right? Look at what the teams have done. Just a quick little bit of reminder.
Oh yes, no, it was very spicy right off the bat. I mean, we had a little bit of that cave action to start us off with, so then you already knew the Sanhok was going to be interesting. VST, as we mentioned, they were so contentious, finding Black 7, taking up the mantle of Triple Esports, then immediately turning around and picking up leaders. P6 here just towards the final moments, so tempted by those potential eliminations, but unfortunately it was their downfall. As we know, that zone was so crazy, and it hurts 8 phases in.
Well, of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello guys, and welcome back. Of course, it is time for us to move on to match number 3 right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa fall, spring, all of them all together. But yes, it is going to be that fall season for 2022. Match number 3 about to make its way onto the screen, as we've already seen a very substantial performance coming through in these games. And now this is where we get to see what the teams are able to do, right? As they're going to be combining a little bit of that ranged assault with that close quarter altercation. Of course, what better way to do it than jumping straight into the action? Of course, we have that flight path, or the starting point, coming through from that more northeastern edge.
Oh, jumping on in, it is going to be quite a bit of a spicy opportunity coming through from Kameshki, heading on, of course, towards that Sosnovka military base island. Plenty of opportunities for the teams who especially like to, venture about here towards the eastern portion. And hopefully we can see them just taking on that a little bit further. But now, of course, the question is, how is it going to look like for that zone moving on into the next part?
Oh, yes, that is definitely where we're going to have to wait and see. A very kind of restricting flight path towards this eastern edge. But as we know, right, we saw the teams over on Miramar really being quite swift to adapt, looking to see where they could find themselves. And now, again, right, I don't think it's going to be too much of a hurdle. Yes, it is going to have some of an impact as to where these teams can reach. But of course, a quick hop into a vehicle, and that could fix this whole situation. I think more importantly, the zone, right? I'm expecting it to head towards that one particular side, which I don't want to say just yet. But let's see how right I am. Is that going to be the one? Was that flight path about to come to an end? Come on, plane, show us what you got. Where's the money at? Oh, yes, that's exactly where I was referring to. over towards the western side, centering up onto Gatka. And this is now going to spell disaster to some extent for these teams rotational wise.
Oh yes, now all of a sudden they need to speed on in. As we know, Gatka Hospital, Georgia Pool. I mean, there are a few teams that come to mind when we talk about those positions in particular, especially Quarry and Primorsk. So, I mean, if we're taking a look at the likes of 1 million Triple Esports, I mean, even Desert Flame there towards Gatka, you know, when we move on in towards Quarry and Primorsk, there's some good opportunities for these teams. Of course, Seoul Esports, Arab Golden, they are not going to be deterred from the flight path nor the zone. They're going to be going to Military Base Island one way or another. At least they will be starting there. But all of these teams already we're seeing dropping down, getting into the vehicles, and making a dash for the west.
Oh,
And maybe each
Flame.
other.
Yep. Already getting into a little bit of that early action. Fortunately there for Black 7, we did see 7 Reef coming through, providing a bit of assistance, right? Nothing wrong with just backing up your teammate, but that's the way it goes. But as I said, right, a little bit of a disastrous play here as the teams now they're kind of grouped up towards that eastern edge. As you've rightly so said, right, Arab Golden and Seoul, they're not going to be too deterred about what that zone is bringing. The same, of course, can be said about the players there from 1 million, right? They moved in towards that Stalber Kameshki drop, which is a position that we know that they are super, super familiar with. Even Titans up in towards this lovely Malta kind of area. I'm curious to see how this is then going to open up for these teams as they start applying those rotational pathways.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're just going to be keeping our eyes peeled there towards the eastern portion of that zone because that's the entryway, and that's the entryway that so many teams are unfortunately going to be forced to take. Maybe we might see 1 or 2 teams, especially there towards, I mean, well, in particular, I'm looking at, 1 million there towards Stalber, taking a bit of a more northern approach into shooting range, then going into the northern parts of the zone, trying to, of course, avoid as many of the teams as possible. There is a good opportunity there. But the question still remains, DK, what space is going to be available for these teams as soon as they try and cross that threshold? Because we know the opportunity to set yourself up on the threshold and just wait for the teams to run on into your crosshair. It's also juicy.
I mean, it's juicy, but is it a viable approach, right? Looking at the caliber of teams that you are looking to bring that strategy in on towards, I mean, we've seen these players and teams just prove that that's not necessarily always the best approach to be taking, right? So if you are going to adopt that kind of strategy, you got to be super, super confident in your ability to, lock in those eliminations nearly instantly.
Oh yes, no, you are. But we know a few teams that do that. We know a few teams in particular, like the one we're looking at now, who jump on into the engagements, and they've just shown confidence after confidence being their main factor as a team. Role model and the strategy that they've been bringing in. Rather, my English is not working with me today. I'm a little bit too excited.
It's okay.
It's okay. Too much excitement, DK. Too much excitement.
Oh, and we are going to be having bucket loads of that come through for the remainder of the day. Of course, speaking about excitement, right? Wave are going to be keeping that excitement to, a more approachable, a more manageable level as they do find themselves up in towards Rozhok. But fortunately for them, they are uncontested, right? There's no one in the vicinity for them to really worry about all too much. So they can go about their business, make sure that they have that opportune play to come through next. And in the meantime, we got to be waiting to see where the teams situated towards that eastern edge are going to be looking to rotate through, right? We are waiting for Slime, we're waiting for Virtual Gaming, waiting for Blackjack, 1 million, as well as Lag, Titan, Soul, and Arab Golden.
Some change-ups moving on in for these teams, of course. But we'll have to take a look and see how they work with them. Of course, Triple Esports, they had a bit of a 2-2 split there towards Gatka. They've now moved on into hospital, at least half of the team has, and they're still making their approach, trying to get themselves well situated, because we know Gatka belongs to Desert Flame. They've been making this pretty clear over the last couple of weeks. Leaders Esports, on the other hand, seem to just be ignoring that as they found Bouline and should be getting, the confirmation immediately. So Morteza already finding themselves their own revenge. They were the first player to get confirmed out in one of our previous maps. I believe it was Miramar. Now they've turned the table.
Nothing wrong with turning those tables around. But again, right, we're kind of expecting the teams to continue to build this aggression, just showing that confidence as they move on through. One round, finding themselves in a very kind of similar position as to what Wave find themselves, right? in an entirely uncontested area, and they can make sure that, they've got everything that they would need to move through to that next stage. But we also then got to be waiting to see where that blue zone is going to be taking us, as we have it about halfway closed. So the teams are nearing that point where they really have to hope that they find themselves in a more opportune kind of setup. But speaking about the positions, you were talking about the players there from Triple Esports venturing further towards that western side. You can see VST also taking a bit more of that western approach, pulling through from that, just the outskirts there of Quarry. But of course, now it's going to be that long rotation coming through from the far eastern edges as 1 million decide to, join us back into the zone.
Yeah, it would be nice if they could join us. They were having quite a bit of a holiday there towards Stalber, all the way on the edge of the zone. One of the first teams to actually drop on into the map. So they have been getting themselves well loosened up. Skydo, now on the other hand, is going to be up for a bit of a surprise. Oof, just leaping and bounding, trying to get themselves back into safety. But unfortunately, Myth will be just a tad too quick. But hey, 1 elimination for Myth, 1 elimination for Leaders Esports. And that's been all that's happened so far. Still picking up a very good pacing coming through from these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be that one-on-one action, right? But I'm quite pleased to see the idea that Myth has for this position, right? Just going to be looking to get it under lockdown, waiting for a bit of that opportunity to come their way now. I think this is quite the ideal position to place this kind of strategy at, right? As we now move towards more center zone, it's going to be Leaders now looking to just assert their own position up in towards Chopsticks. And as we know, this territory can get quite contentious depending on who's in the vicinity.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw a little bit of that action, in the last moments of the last phase of the league stages. So I wouldn't be surprised once again as these teams have moved on into the action. Seoul Esports yet to find an opportunity to get themselves across that bridge, whether it be the Western Bridge or the Eastern Bridge. It does look like they're leaning towards that Eastern Bridge. And Titans, interestingly enough, DK, they are hanging around just for a tad longer. Maybe they might actually be finding Seoul Esports out here.
Well, they could, all right. I mean, it's quite interesting to see teams still hanging around in that blue zone, especially on Erangel, right? This is not the strategy we've really seen them bring through in the league. But again, as we know, right, this is final, so everything is going to change on up, even the approach and the strategies that the teams are going to be looking to play through. Of course, now Seoul could maybe, as you said, run into a little bit of that contention towards Titan. But speaking about contention, Broly really has quite a few plans for this current position. As we can see now, just a beautiful show of aggression coming through once again. 2 players already downed from Desert Flame. Flacco could maybe be the next victim. Yes, is the answer, as Broly just clutches it out. 4 eliminations, and that is all the eliminations for Team Myth.
Thank you. Come again, maybe in the next map. That's basically what Myth are feeling right now, picking up our first team wipe. And unfortunately, it has to be against Desert Flame. I'm going to say that for any and every team that it happens to, because we want to see these teams fighting tooth and nail in the championship weekend. But we do love just to see that reign of superiority, coming on through, and just the control that these teams bring on in. But of course, still, rotations is the question mark here. As we can see, Blackjack Esports moving on in closer towards Leaders, looking for a little bit of that territory. We mentioned that this could get quite stacked and quite contentious moving into the later phases of Erangel.
Yeah, and that does seem like what these teams have in store for us. As we can see, quite a bit of an altercation coming through here. The teams trying to contend for these angles. They want to now have some form of a play to be had here, right? Blackjack now turning their attention on towards Leaders, as we are having a quick little bit of a shuffle, repositioning coming in. But MG having a nice angle could find that now on towards Leaders.
Oh, they definitely could. Trying to run that 2-2 split, trying to get as many angles in as they possibly can, right? They want to get as much opportunities, but of course, the likes of Shadowin and the rest of the Leaders Esports, they are keeping a keen eye trained on what is happening up in front of them. A few more teams rotating on into the vicinity is going to spell a little bit of danger for them, so hopefully they will be jumping on in, trying to get if they do take this engagement, they will hopefully be able to at least get an answer to it quickly. As we know, the center band, DK, it is so stacked with teams right now.
Yeah, but what I like about this current position coming through there for both the players from Blackjack and Leaders, right, is the position is relatively close to center zone, but it's not going to be that full-on focus point, right? The teams are instead going to be looking to distribute themselves accordingly. Of course, speaking about distribution, it's going to be Wave and Zero Tolerance now looking to distribute a little bit of that aggression towards each other.
Oh, picking it on up, all right. We know what happened with Wave. Okay, this time they're not facing off against Triple Esports, so it's a nice bit of a change up, right? You know, just change it up once or twice a day. This time they're looking for a piece of Zero Tolerance, just flying on through, giving a few warning shots and seeing what they could find out. But of course, here towards the center, we know there's so many teams. I mean, we've got one round just stacked up towards the north position of them on Everest in particular, holding a line of sight down. But hopefully those compounds, you know, the cover that they have to work with will give them the opportunity just to stay safe for the time being.
Yeah, and of course, all these positions are going to get tested as we are waiting in anticipation to see where this next zone will be taking us. But again, right, center zone is going to be over towards that coastal side and turning in favor now of Triple Esports and VST. I mean, Lag, a good preemptive rotation coming in there. Of course, already finding themselves on the very southern edge of that zone itself. But again, now the importance is going to be put on towards the east as the teams are bringing in that mass migration.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And again, the zone is going to be so interesting. We can already see a little bit of those car chases happening. Or maybe they might leave each other alone. Myth in particular just trying to rotate on out of the situation. Broly in so much danger going from VST to 1 million. I mean, take your pick right now.
Yeah, Broly receiving a little bit of that repayment, right, for the aggression that they've been showing so far. But 1 million taking that early plunge, moving in alongside VST. Lag also looking to strengthen themselves on that coastal side. Myth now trying to find that opportune approach. 1 million going to be reaching in. So you can see Marshall keeping her eyes peeled on Triple Esports. But again, this slight bit of elevation that Triple now has could be the answer to quite a few positions surrounding them.
Oh, it's just the angles that they have to work with here. And again, they don't really have to worry about any of those rotations because the teams, well, I don't think they were going to be expecting this one, DK. So they only need to worry about a finite portion of area that they have to work with, that they have to pick up, you know, those eliminations. It's basically a 180-degree rotation that they have to worry about. All of their backsides are covered for the time being. It's only the zone behind them, at least for now, as the teams move on into the zone. You can see 1 million being one of the teams to immediately apply pressure on Triple Esports' position because it is going to be such a prime position into this next zone.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty prime, but as we know, right, they need to be primed and ready as well. So, yeah, the positions will get tested once again. We see Slime on this city roll through, coming through from that northern edge. But over on the edge, well, close to the edge, it is going to be Myth and Blackjack going toe-to-toe, trying to see if they can get the swamp under their control. But again, right, very challenging area to play in. But this is where those ridges that we see in this area really provide quite a bit of assistance to these teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Making, you know, just use of the terrain is really going to give you that edge up on the rest of the teams. Especially what we saw there with the rotations. I mean, Broly just getting behind, you know, a piece of that hilltop is what actually gave them the opportunity to survive. One round now, trying to work with the water here. But 1 million have decided that it's not going to be the case. It's not going to be the play here for one round, as both of the members out in the water, Knight and Eflex in particular, do get at least knocked for now. Chico and Escanor still alive, of course, while 1 million are tapping away at their comrades. And the rest of the teams now are going to sit and wait to see what that next zone is going to have in store for them.
Yeah, I mean, that position not working out all too great for them. But again, the zone is going to take that swing down to that southern side. Now, Lag already beautifully situated once again. But Triple still be in a position where they could look to leverage that elevation that they've already acquired. VST, however, on the opposite end, are going to be facing quite a bit of opposition towards them. But now, as we move further up in towards that blue area, or close to it rather, it's going to be Soul Esports and Wave. Now, just exchanging a few of those utilities. Oh, an absolute barrage getting sent through from Rhino and the rest of the Blaze here from Wave Esports.
Oh, bring it in. We want to see a few more of those explosions. Literally just reparking the cars here. YC, unfortunately, trying to get a bit of a trade on in, trying to get a flanking position. But Wave have just been so good, keeping their heads on a swivel and really making this difficult for Soul Esports.
Well, it's only going to get tougher from this point moving forward, as we know, right? Still 15 teams left. There's a Flame, the first team to get taken out. Hemo signing off right then and there. That Nate not finding the ideal approach, but Omar now left to pick up the pieces, and this could be that great opportunity for Wave Esports now to just rush on forward. Rhino, Zakaria, D3S now looking to just double up the efforts. Up they come, pushing forward. Omar trying to pull off that race. They do succeed in finding it, but is it going to be sufficient? Hemo in so much danger. Down they go. That re-knock follows through, and this is going to be all up to Omar, looking to see if they can lock down this position, but Rhino has other plans for them as they send them right back into the lobby.
At least it's going to give them a little bit of space, right? You would think that that is all they need to worry about, but no. As we take a look at it, their pathing into the zone is going to be absolutely stacked with teams. We've got Myth, we've got Zero Tolerance, even got one round, at least the remainder of one round, moving on into this position. So now Wave Esports making a dash across into safety. Well, it's going to be a bit of a question mark here, as we can see already within the compound. Zero Tolerance applying quite a bit of pressure, as Broly is applying pressure to them.
Oh, Lord, having a good answer to that quick rush coming through there from Rhino. But now the rest of the Wave team having to see if they can maybe piece this back together. Zakaria, D3S, are held up in that shack. They don't have much other options, right? They have to move forward. But of course, Lord gets swiftly dealt with as Broly comes swooping on through. Could this be a beautiful stack play coming in? Now Broly looking to get that confirmation, finds it, off they go. Paradox and Vortex off in the distance can all but look on as they lose yet another teammate.
Oh, Broly just stepping on up to the plate here for their teammates, picking up eliminations and providing them the space into the zone. Ooh, what a spicy little angle that one was, just to find the final nail in the coffin here for Wave Esports. But Zero Tolerance will be quick to get their revenge, to pick up their space of their own as Vortex goes on through for the confirmation. But again, the rest of Myth, they are moved up just a little bit further up so they can clap back as well.
Let's see, will they be able to get themselves ahead of that blue zone leaders? And Titan, meanwhile, are going to be fighting down towards that southern edge of the zone. See Morteza now just trying to stay up in the grass, but out comes the hit. Scary Boy goes down, Shadowwind goes down. Morteza also falls as Puncher just rips up an absolute cavity in the side of Leaders Esports.
Oh, good morning. At least, you know, if you weren't awake by now, well, this is your morning wake up, even though we're in the evening. It works. It's okay. But of course, the zone now centering on up, really favoring the likes of Blackjack Esports and Lag, who have moved on in. Triple Esports now, look at this pressure from 1 million.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of pressure being applied indeed. But now, Venom got that nade. Will that be the necessary pressure they were hoping for? The answer is no, right? Triple Esports are going to be taking that opportunity to get themselves resituated now, finding themselves moving in on Desert Flame, or Blackjack rather. But could this be the opportunity to play, right? Already that first knock dealing such a blow of devastation as Triple get very swiftly dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, Blackjack Esports, they were just quick on the triggers and the nades. Just all of it culminating in the end here for Triple Esports. In the meanwhile, we've got Titans now next up, though, on the chopping block. It's P6 nearly getting driven over there by One Shot, who's made a drive-by just to pass through, just to see what they could find here. Of course, a little bit more information could be what Virtual Gaming need to make this push on towards Titans, but it is not going to be without its challenges or without its risks.
As we know, information is key, and P6 now getting spotted out as One Shot follows through with a great spray down coming in with that M4. But Axa also has a bit of an answer to that, right? Up comes the fortifications as Virtual Gaming try to now assert their position towards this eastern side of the zone. But Alpha Logi gets taken right on down as Teak reaches right in and puts them out.
Oh, surprise, surprise, but the pressure's not over just yet. Of course, so many teams still fighting for position. I mean, just towards the north of this, we've got VST and Myth fighting for control of that northeastern portion, but now Teak up on the approach here.
Oh, finds the first. Down goes Gaddafi. One shot, not just off in the distance. Alpha Luigi getting re-knocked. Zeus now trying to piece it back together, but oh, it's not looking too great. The nade, though, goes right on out. Off they are. The beautiful response coming through here from Virtual, but I mean, Titan, they've got other plans as Zeus now just clutches it out, taking down Titan Gaming. But they get sent out with 6 eliminations to their name. Beautiful, beautiful plays. But again, right, we see so many players falling all over the place. 1 million, one round going toe-to-toe. And now the pressure just gets pushed even further.
Oh, yes, indeed. It is, of course, VST and Myth now looking for the confirmation as Zuxi steps on up to at least find the first. But where is the rest of Team Myth hiding? Where are they just trying to get themselves set up? It's going to be Ramsey out from the smoke to find one. But the clapback from Fivo is exactly what VST needed. Now, though, we've got all of our teams. We've got all of our top 7 teams, DK, in this first zone.
Oh, but here we go, right? Arab Golden pushing in on Lag. Beautiful response being applied there by Fantasy and Co. As we can see, just them swiftly just hitting it so hard into the side of Arab Golden. Now, down to only one they go, right? It's going to be Wiz looking to hold on. They have not been able to find any eliminations. But could they still just profit off of those placement points coming through? Lag on an absolute rampage, right? Already 3 eliminations to their name, looking to lock in even more. Could this be Wiz now to secure their 4th? Up comes the rush, 1-9, there we have it. It is going to be the end of the road as Fantasy seals the fate for Arab Golden.
Yeah, that zone shift is also going to provide them one of the first and few opportunities to get themselves situated within the zone, at least first. But of course, we know it is going to be a bit of an awkward zone, not a lot of cover to work with. The teams will have to rely on the terrain, and Chrono will just have to rely on their spray downs, taking 2 from VST and really putting a lot of pressure on their backs.
Well, let's see whether or not they can bounce back from this position, right? VST now quickly trying to patch themselves up. But it seems like Blackjack has a few other plans for them, right? MG giving a good amount of overwatch there, just trying to gather that necessary information, while at the same time trying to get themselves just a little bit better situated. Of course, we know that there's going to be still quite a bit of a fight for that zone, as we have VST now just moving in alongside, the bit of a play. But again, the shots connects on up, and Chico for 1 round I can just look on as there's several players positioned up ahead.
Oh, can you just imagine if that nade just slipped on into the window? That could have been a completely different story for VST, but unfortunately, it was Chico just, pulling up some matrix moves, avoiding the nades, and bringing on in those eliminations. Now it is, of course, Virtual Gaming holding the line here for 1 round, or at least Chico, to make their approach into the zone. And of course, Zeus keeping the eyes peeled, trained on Chico's position, just waiting for the moment that Chico will be standing up.
Yeah, so we know what Zeus has in store there for Chico, but, that's going to be quite the challenging play. We've got a 1-shot also not too far away, being in a position where they could definitely leverage that surprise element. But now, Zeus, looking to see what Chico's going to be doing. That vehicle providing some much-needed coverage, but it is not going to stop the advances from Blackjack coming through from that northern edge. So the blue zone is going to be catching up, forcing their hand. The hit markers follow in, and that could be their fate now sealed. You can see Zeus. Oh, just doing the due diligence, but there we go. 1-shot rushing forward, but Blackjack with a quick response there. As you can see them now rushing forward, right? 1-shot is down. Zeus, the final contender left here for Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, the question unfortunately has to come through. Was it worth it? Because they just exposed themselves here to Chronal and the rest of the Blackjack crew. Moving on into the zone. Lag there towards, of course, the south. But it is just Zeus here that is really applying some contention, or at least some sort of an obstacle here for Blackjack, until Chronal, of course, sent through. That's such a beautiful nade. Now it's just 2 teams that are fighting it out for the winner-winner chicken dinner.
Well, it is Lag and Blackjack rising to the occasion. Lag sitting on 5. Blackjack sitting on 8 eliminations, right? But Lag, they've got the numbers advantage, but are they going to be able to utilize what the numbers they have, right? Definitely a position proving to be quite a challenging one, as we can see now. Oh, MG reaching in, spotting out Cacao. Fantasy right up in front. But again, the terrain being somewhat of a saving grace. I'm loving that off-angle positioning coming through there from Reverb. But again, are they going to be able to find those opportune angles?
It's going to be the question here. Of course, MG just sneaking up in the grass is trying to send out a few connections just to give themselves some space here. It's going to step up here to try and find Fantasy, but it is going to be without... It's not going to be without its dangers here, DK.
Oh, so many dangers up in the grass. But, right, the board now being somewhat evened. As you can see that knock coming through on the side of Lag. Will it be the end? Oh, the vehicle explosion is going to be dealing quite a bit of damage onto its Fantasy. But MG, right, so focused on securing themselves this winner-winner chicken dinner. It is only Cacao that is going to be standing between Blackjack and their first winner-winner chicken dinner right here in the finals. Could this be the one, right? Kakao is going to be making that play, but the Blue Zone has other plans, and that is going to be Chronal quick on the trigger, stepping forward and locking it in. Absolutely glorious play coming through here from Blackjack, securing themselves 12 eliminations alongside that winner-winner chicken dinner.
And we love to see it, stepping on up with their winner chicken dinner. And what a surprise performance from Blackjack, who won some of the teams with the least bonus points. Well, not anymore. You know, we've just picked up another 20, what is this, 27 to add to the tally. Thank you very much.
I mean, 27 points. What a great way to close off that halfway mark of day number 1 right here in the finals for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, quite an insane performance coming in. I mean, Blackjack really being very well deserving of that victory, right? I mean, just stealing such a great amount of carnage and, of course, securing themselves an absolutely glorious position. But, of course, having said all that, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back right after with even more crazy action.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to day 1 of the finals for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, match number 3 just concluded itself, in which we saw the players there from Blackjack reigning supreme, stepping up with 12 eliminations alongside their winner chicken dinner. A very well-deserved victory, but let's take a look and see how many points the teams are sitting on. Of course, a very interesting distribution with regards to those points is...
Oh, it's spicy. And again, we're still continuing, at least for now, that pattern of having the top 5 teams picking up the double digits. So I'm liking this. I want to see this continue. But of course, I want to see those names getting a shift up. As we saw Blackjack changing things up, bringing that winner chicken dinner. We had Lag, Virtual Gaming, VST in one round, being the rest of the squads to pick up some fantastic points. Even Myth in 1 million and Titans picking up 6 eliminations apiece. So a very good spread of points, as you've mentioned. But now the question is, how is that going to translate onto the second page? Because as we know, all of these teams are fighting for their position on the overall rankings. And to do so, well, there's a little bit of consistency that needs to come through.
Oh yes, right. Consistency is just as important as information itself. And of course, speaking about information, right, we need some more info. And by just saying that, we are going to be taking a look at that second page, right? App Golden finding themselves on 4 points alongside Slime 4KT, Triple Esports, Zero Tolerance, and Wave all securing themselves 3 points apiece.
Ew, alright. So again, the spread of points is changing up just a slight tad. Great opportunity here from Triple Esports, Zero Tolerance, and Wave to pick up those extra bit of eliminations just to bolster themselves on the standings. But okay, I'm not too upset with this Erangel. I think it was a very good, spread out opportunity for the teams, and especially towards those crazy phase shifts as the teams had to work with. Things could have looked a lot more dire, especially on this side of things. So good overall. I'm going to be happy with it. There's a Flame, of course. They have another helping of Erangel later on, so they still have another opportunity. But officially, DK, we're at that halfway mark of today.
Yep, definitely. Day one's halfway point has been reached, right? So three maps down, three maps still to come, and we are going to be rolling with the exact same sequence. We are going to be going into Miramar, Sanhok, and then closing off the day over on towards Erangel. But as we know, right, halfway point also marks a point in where we get to see how many points, right, the teams have been able to secure on the overall standings. And that's why we are saying point so much,
Point,
right?
point,
So
point,
that's the
point.
point that we're trying to make. But, as we know, the team's already coming in with those extra bonus points, looking to secure themselves towards the overall rankings. But where will that go? We'll have to wait a little while longer as we move into our highlights from this past match.
Yeah, fantastic open moments that brought in just the fantastic work that we saw here from Myth to start us off with our first team elimination. Unfortunately, it was Desert Flame that fell to the hands of Myth, but of course the Titans with that crazy spray down from Puncher just moving on in, following suit with the crazy explosions that we keep on seeing from these teams. They've been so accurate. And again, this final zone, it was tick for tack. I mean, everyone were trying to just fight for an opportunity to take themselves further into winner chicken dinner moments, but we know how it ended up. It really was a fight to the finish.
Well, that's what we want to see, right? Teams really rising to the occasion, fighting tooth and bone all the way to the end to bring them through what they need. But again, some very, very satisfying action coming through. But as we know, we're getting closer and closer to see what the overall rankings look like at this point in time, right? Marking those 3 more points. But let's take a look. It is going to be 1 million sitting up at pole position, 115 points, followed very closely then by Titan Gaming as well as Virtual Gaming Squad.
Oh, okay. No, I like the setup that's coming on through here. Leaders Esports and VST following suit quite close to one another. Again, we just have to wait and see what's going to happen there towards those top standings. Already, you wouldn't really imagine that we had so many bonus points being spread out amongst these teams. But as we take a look at that second page, of course, we finished off the first page with 68 being your 8th position. As we move on to the second, it's only 4 points difference between 8th to 9th to 10 placements.
I mean, that is close, right? That is a really, really close position. But as we know, right, the team sitting a little bit further down that leaderboard still has 3 more opportunities today to try and improve those points. We did see a very strong effort being put forth there by both Desert Flame and Arab Golden, as well as Wave. But will the remaining 3 games of today be that opportunity for them now to rise even further up the overall standings and scores? As we know, right, we are going to be heading over into Miramar to see what the teams have in store for us and who's going to be that team to pick up the winner chicken dinner on our very second Miramar of the day. Is any hopes and dreams that you've got with regards to flight paths?
With regards to flight path, how do I say this? I must say that I don't want it to go towards the north.
Okay, so nothing north. Okay, that's what we want.
Yeah.
But of course, well, let's find out what exactly it will be as we move into our flight path. It is going to be starting down towards that southern edge. The lovely Los Higos and Minas del Sur over on the left-hand side. You can see Los Leones on the right, just appearing into render there. But of course, that only then means that we are looking at a little bit more of a vertical flight path, right? Going from the south, heading towards that northern edge, and it's going to be pulling all the way towards La Cobreria.
Okay, no. So some good opportunities here. Again, we are including that Chumacera area at least here towards the flight path. We'll have to wait and see if the zone is going to be doing something similar, if we're going to be seeing a repeat of what we saw on the first Miramar of the day, or something will change up as we have moved on into the second phase. Already a change up in terms of, potentially rotations might be happening, or not rotations, rather, job sites might be happening here for some of the teams, as we are a little bit once again toward that southwestern portion. So again, the northeast, I'm gonna stop asking me predictions, because whenever I say we want to head north, what happens? We start on the southwest.
But that's fine. We're heading up north, right? That is exactly where we wanted this flight path to be going. It is, however, slightly towards the western side, which is okay, I guess, at the end of the day. But as we know, we are waiting in anticipation to see where the zone is going to be taking us and what these teams will have to work with, right? We need all these rotations now to be heading somewhere. And of course, the answer is east. That is where the teams will have to get themselves situated. And of course, even more towards Los Leones and La Bendita.
All right, that's okay, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Campo Militar, I was keeping my eye out on you, but unfortunately, you'll not be involved this time around. As we take a look at, of course, the rest of the teams, they're moving on in with their rotations. It's going to be a bit of an interesting one here to see how they're going to at least work with this flight path to zone combination. Titans, not going to be too bothered. Of course, they're going to be going to their usual spots. The same with can be said there for 1 million, of course, as well. Zero Tolerance, teetering there closer and closer towards Oasis. So we might be seeing that alternate drop side coming on through. But the rest of the teams, for now at least, looking pretty standard.
Well, I mean, standard is fine, right? But
Oh,
we want to
yes.
see that extra little bit of something come through, and we're gonna be having that once the zone starts moving up, once the blue zone starts coming through. But I'm not expecting such a heavy rotation to come from these teams, right? A lot of them already being relatively well situated towards the edge of zone. But as we look on towards Pozo, we can see 1 million going about their business here. We do have Arab Golden, of course, not too far towards that northern edge, but not crazy amounts of mobility, right? The team's pretty satisfied with where they currently find themselves.
Yeah, no, they're feeling pretty comfortable. I mean, we're not even seeing any crazy hot drops, right? I mean, if we take a look at the overall map, I know the viewers can't see it, but don't worry, I got you covered. If we take a look at the overall map, there's no immediate hot drops. There's no immediate points on the map where I'm like, ooh, this team and this team in trouble.
Mm.
You know, there's none of that. Everyone is spread out. They're just getting their loots up. You know, we won't be seeing any of those earlier drops, at least for now, before the rotations start going and before the teams try to shuffle on into that zone. I do like the position that we see Blackjack and Soul Esports. We know in that first Miramar, they dropped in their usual spots, but unfortunately were completely isolated. So this time around, we get to see what they can make use of that position. And, well, they're going to have to, because we know the teams are going to be moving in swiftly towards that central portion of the zone.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of the emphasis is going to be put on towards, right? That center zone could be that sweet spot, especially looking at its current kind of situation, right? But again, as we know, the teams always will have that extra bit in store for us, that extra element of surprise. Lag, on the other hand, right, they're going to be rotating all the way out towards that lovely Impala on that eastern edge. But center zone, we don't see a major presence rather just yet. Desert Flame starting to mobilize themselves, starting to head out of San Martin. Virtual Gaming up here towards Chumacera. Again, entirely uncontested. So I think this is a good start. Miramar being quite gracious towards these players. But I don't think they're going to be as gracious towards each other once we get into a little bit more of a contentious kind of play coming through.
Oh yes, no. I mean, when it comes to those engagements, when it comes to those battles, you know, all of the niceness, the niceties are going to be thrown out the window, because we are fighting here for the championship title of PMPL Africa Fall 2022. So that's exactly what we would expect from these teams, and nonetheless, of course, from a few others that are already making some earlier rotations, like Desert Flame moving on in from San Martin, heading a little bit more towards the southern position, potentially all the way to Los Leones. Not sure, of course. We'll have to wait and see, because they are going to be taking a trip right across Triple Esports, and then further on, they're going to be going right across Leaders as well.
Yeah, so you know, it's a quite a risky play to be making, and being one of those first teams to look to bring in a bit of an improvement with regards to the overall positioning. But Seven Reef could now have quite a bit of a party coming in, as we can see Flacco off in the distance. Oh, that's Glasser making their push up the hillside. But fortunately, the terrain providing them with quite a few of those hidey holes, right? Just to kind of sneak their way a little bit further into towards center zone. And Glasser needs that, because this vehicle is not looking too great.
Yeah, listen, the fire that's coming out of that exhaust, that's not a tune, hey? That is not a brapapa that you want. You want to get out of that vehicle as soon as you possibly can. The rest of the team's also looking to do the same. And again, the challenges that Desert Flame are having is because they're heading straight in for that center zone. As we know, quite contested, but also such a great opportunity that holds themselves into that next phase. The rest of the teams now towards the outskirts, like VST, your Titans, 1 million Esports, Arab Golden, Zero Tolerance, Slime Fork 80, and One Round. Yet to see how they're going to navigate into the zone, let alone what happens when they actually do manage to cross that threshold.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about thresholds, right? Seoul Esports are going to be looking to have a little bit more of an improved threshold to try and utilize here, right? Looking to get themselves situated towards this more eastern edge of Los Leones. I think this is a pretty good anticipation, right? Because we could see a few teams heading in this direction. Of course, depending on where this next phase will be taking us. But you know, the teams trying to kind of play ahead of zone, trying to read what could come through. And of course, we know our master zone readers, Team Myths, finding themselves yet again within that zone up here in towards the lovely Minas Generales / La Bendita position.
Good opportunities, of course, lying in wait, but again, it's going to come down to how they manage all of the teams moving on into the center zone. Yes, towards La Bendita, they currently, for now, are relatively uncontested, but we know that's not going to stay the same, especially as we can see with 1 million and VST making their rotation here into the western portion of that zone, just crossing that threshold and already finding one another, just throwing a few, you know, warning shots potentially as they take the rest of their trip on through, because they don't want to stop just here, you know, just towards the outskirts of the zone. That's not going to be enough of a safety net moving on into the next phase. They want to get closer to that central band, and that comes with its own risks, because I mean, the pathing that we see 1 million taking right now, it feels like they're going to be going right in between leaders and virtual gaming.
Yeah, so it is going to be a little bit of a risky roll through for them to, you know, find that more opportune position. But as we know, that's part of the challenge, right? That's part of the way that this game just works. And VST taking a steady approach, right? Not going to be doing anything outlandish. Instead, going to be playing for that more longevity kind of an approach, right? One round on the opposite end, they are rolling through from the north, as we can see them having a very clear rotational pathway, at least in the immediate area. As they continue further down towards that southern edge, that's where the complications could start coming through.
Oh, that it is. Now, of course, one round just getting themselves into the zone. And all of this right next to zero tolerance. So we'll have to wait and see if zero tolerance will be taking that, you know, shift into one round's territory. Because as we know, they're actually currently very spread out. So that little green icon you saw, that's just Skydo from zero tolerance. The rest of zero tolerance, they're still up there towards the north, because as we know, coming from that oasis, you know, position, it's quite a very far rotation. So again, going to be very careful as we move into this next phase. And speaking of next phases, DK, here is that next zone, and now we can see what the teams are going to have to deal with.
Oh, it moves up into Los Leones, and this is where Blackjack and Seoul Esports are going to find themselves sitting quite prettily, of course. Desert Flame and Leaders looking to bring in their own rotations towards that more centralized territory. Wave, however, are going to be experiencing a little bit of problems as they have Slime 4KT hot on their heels. But a great opportunity for Wave, though, to just keep up a bit of that gatekeeping action, while VST and the players here from Virtual Gaming look to further their altercation.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure how much furthering Itzabud will be doing here. With their current HP knocked and bleeding on out, VST, the rest of VST at least, still moving on in for that recovery, while Gaddafi is going to be making a dash to get that confirmation. We want to get sure that we get all eliminations in the back pocket, right? Don't leave any stragglers behind, because it could be very well those stragglers that make the nails in your coffins appear later on. Virtual Gaming now, they will be sitting quite prettily here towards the western portion, as VST has to, well, find a different approach. And again, now they're going to follow that zone all the way potentially towards the south, because it's pretty quiet there towards the south. But they will then find themselves, if they continue this way, running into Titans.
Yeah. I mean, again, these adaptations coming in from all directions. And speaking of which, as we jump in towards that more centralized zone, right, Blackjack looking to play at that elevation. They've got a great angle down on towards Myth. We just saw the players there from Desert Flame also just ducking out, heading further towards the northern territory. But again, Myth, up they come, looking to find a good kind of position to move into here. But I'm loving the plays from Blackjack, right? MG Chrono up high, great vantage point, and now they just need to leverage that in their favor.
Oh, yes, they do. Of course, Blackjack Esports looking for a few of those connections, wanting for some of those eliminations. Virtual Gaming being the only team that has picked up any eliminations so far, and we're already 11 minutes into the second Miramar of the day. So the teams, well, their throats are a slight bit parched, and they need to find some of those eliminations just to add on to their tally. Here we can see Morteza already finding Ramsey, which we know taking out Ramsey on Miramar is just, especially for leaders, it's a very, very important thing.
Oh, yes. I mean, that is kind of the cherry on top. I don't know if Morteza knows that it was Ramsey who they hit.
Unfortunately not.
But either way, right? I mean, this is now where leaders now need to try and develop this play even further. Myth, quick on the adaptation rather, looking to see if they can bring in the necessary adjustments. But Morteza will look for that continuation now, turning their attention on towards Farok and Ramsey now just, staying well within the compound.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that the teams can't actually see the names on the left-hand side that we can. They can see that they hit someone, but they don't know, right? They don't know who it is. Morteza, ouchies. Okay, let's be a little bit careful here with the Mini 14. Don't put it in the hands of Morteza. Broly, just no fear, just trying to lay down the law here with some returning fire. But of course, we know all of this happening well within the zone, within the center zone as well. So that next phase might determine how much time they really have to work with this engagement before they need to rotate off.
Yeah, it's going to be quite important for these teams to have a good angle to play from. And of course, that zone is going to be shifting further towards the northwestern side. So it will allow a little bit of that continuation between Myth, Leaders, and Blackjack, but also opens up a beautiful opportunity now for Arab Golden and Triple Esports situated towards this western side, right? So we can see the aggression being relatively high. There's going to be Black 7 and 7 Reef are looking to create that first bit of an opening, turning their attention on towards Ilias, and this barrage already has locked in Ban, but down goes Ilias as the Molly now succeeds in causing the necessary damage. Angelo now on the defensive side here, Wiz off in the distance, and is this going to be enough though for Arab Golden to have a bit of a bounce back?
Oh, the bounce of the nade is going to be sent on through, waiting to see if it's going to connect, but unfortunately not. Angelo will do a lot of damage to Black 7, not before they get taken out. Unfortunately, Arab Golden's hopes and dreams now turn to Wiz to do something about this.
Yeah, Wiz now in such a difficult position, but it's not the first time they found themselves in this kind of area, right? Let's see whether or not it's going to turn out a little bit more favorable for Arab Golden, as we see Wiz now adopting a change in that approach, looking to instead focus on the positional angles here. And this could be that saving grace, right? Putting quite a bit of distance between themselves and the aggression being shown there by Triple Esports.
I mean, that's what they're looking for, isn't it? They want to get themselves into the next zone and, well, giving yourself a little bit of space to just, calm down, get yourself recovered before moving into the next engagement. That could be all that you really potentially need. Slime 4KT, of course, getting dangerously close here to 1 million in their current setup, which is a 2-2. So it's the 2 here from 1 million being Senke and, of course, Venom now holding this position in the compound. So should they start with something here, well, they don't really have the backup of the rest of the team to jump in immediately.
Yeah, well, I mean, Venom and Marshall further down towards that western side could start mobilizing themselves. But speaking about mobilizing, it's going to be Zakaria just right there alongside the vehicle, just keeping it primed and ready to roll should they need it. But instead, moves on forward, tries a bit of a play down on towards Zero Tolerance. But again, Zero Tolerance very, very spread out, right? Just really kind of dispersing themselves through this whole La Bendita area.
Yeah, looking for any sort of information to work with, and of course a prime positioning into this next zone is Zero Tolerance, of course, making at least an approach. Titans in the meanwhile spotting out at least Venom and Marshall, who were that flanking position here for Senke and Lazy Boy, but now unfortunately they will need to regroup with the rest of the team because there's a bit of safety in numbers, at least not before they applied some damage here towards Titans, who will have to now get themselves meted on up before the blue zone moves on in.
Yeah, and not only do they need to worry about 1 million, it's also going to be Triple Esports pushing in from that western side, looking to get themselves established back in towards the zone as it now moves in favor of Leaders Esports. And as we know, right, once the teams are able to kind of secure themselves a really good position, it is quite difficult to get them out, especially looking at the territory and the terrain that they have now at their disposal.
Also looking at the position that Leaders hold right now, they are smack bam center zone, holding that position, waiting for the rest of the teams to rotate on in. We've got a few towards the outskirts like Virtual Gaming, Myth, and Lag with Desert Flame that are also in zone, but not as good of the position. Now, Titans, as we mentioned, on the pressure cooker here with Triple Esports moving on into the territory, applying some pressure and looking to fight their way through Titans moving into the zone.
Well, Puncher is going to be putting up quite a bit of a defensive angle here. Teak now also quite ready to receive Black 7. But, I mean, this is such a dangerous position now for Triple Esports, right? Because, as we know, if they push straight on forward, Titans are no strangers to aggression, and they are just going to let it rip. And unfortunately for Triple, they are all now occupying their own vehicle, right? So not the easiest kind of role to come through from. But here we have it. AXA sends out the utilities. Lag now going to be rushing straight on towards Blackjack. As 3 knocks come in, now all the pressure turns on towards Phonics. Let's see whether or not Phonics will be able to bounce back and maybe find Cacao in the exchange. Up comes the push, the rushing to the staircase. Oh, there we go. Cacao ends it right there for Blackjack.
Oh, okay. Good morning. Good morning. Again, you know, it's your wake-up call for the day. That's why I keep saying good morning. But of course, 1 round, not out of the pressure cooker just yet. Just alongside like Esports, who they don't necessarily know, have unfortunately just had a bit of a knock or two. But Arab Golden will be sent back into the lobby in the meanwhile, 1 round, looking to take a PC of Desert Flame.
Oh, and they trying to lay it on pretty thick, as you can see, right? Buden not in the most ideal position there. Off they go, and that's going to be 1 more elimination coming through then for 1 round. But as we have it, several teams now start to fall. It's Triple Esports also then following suit. Now Wave could be the next victims, looking to see if they can find that. Zero Tolerance then coming in with a quick response onto Wave. Zakaria, Rhino, the final 2 contenders left, but Zakaria now jumps into the vehicle in such an exposed position. Look at Skydo though, and Lord, still just looking to keep up this contention.
Oh, well, we'll have to wait and see how much they can. Because if you know, outside of the zone, we've got Desert Flame blocking their approach into zone, and now they're looking to take a PC of Wave Esports. But Skydo, it's going to be a little bit of second thought here, because as we know, if you're taking up that fight, you're just exposing yourself to someone else. You're just exposing yourself up into another opportunity for another team to take you apart, as we see Rhino trying to step on up, trying to take that first engagement.
Wow, such a risky play, but here comes Desert Flame. DWAS now stepping up, and with that, just clears the pathway, right? Zero Torrens getting sent on their merry way, and down to 12 teams we go. Of course, there's a Flame holding on towards the very edge of zone. But this next shift could be quite a disruptive shift. Let's see. Leaders still sitting pretty, and now they get blessed by the zone once again. But there's a Flame still in a spot where they can continue the pressure down on towards Wave Esports.
Moving in from the northeastern portion, we'll have to wait and see what they can do. Of course, applying so much pressure here to Wave Esports, while Seoul Esports are fighting up against Virtual Gaming. One Shot in particular, who just steps on in, looking for anything and everything, with Myth giving a helping hand, finding Ramsey. It's only 1 Seoul Esports member alive.
Yeah, it all now comes down to Hemo, who we see on that very edge of the zone. Running out of time, they're running out of space. But a One Shot, definitely not running out of mollies. Well, actually, they just did. But either which way, there's going to be that pressure coming through, as Myth now still looks to keep it very contentious. Myth also having to focus their efforts on getting themselves back in towards the zone, while Hemo tries to piece whatever they can back together. One Shot getting hit as Broly reaches in quite devastatingly with that Meaning 14. I mean, I gotta love the approach coming through here from Myth.
Oh, we do love to see it. Seoul Esports now, unfortunately, that does mean that their days are numbered here towards the last Miramar of the day. Escanor, in the meanwhile, finding DWAS and our Virtual Gaming. I mean, come on, you're already taking everyone's names here. Now you're turning your attention here towards Titans, who are moving in from that southern position, still yet to find an opportunity into the zone.
Well, some pretty challenging angles to still play at, but here we have it. Titans, they're going to be looking to rise to the occasion, pushing through from the south. Virtual Gaming and Seoul Esports sharing this kind of area with them. But where's it going to go, right? Titans not going to be pushing up full frontal. Instead, going to be taking for a little bit more of a flank approach, right? They want to keep their options open. But they've got to be cautious with those flanks, because as we know, they could, of course, put themselves right in line of sight of 1 million, and that is already what's happening. Desert Flame, meanwhile, will get taken off as we have Slime4KT spotting out the opportunities. One Shot spots out Ramsey, and up comes the dots connecting themselves. Hemo now also facing quite the aggression I'm showing.
More nades being sent on through into virtual gaming, yet to make the connection. Now Zeus getting sent on out by Titans. This does mean that unfortunately virtual gaming, they are down to 2 members still standing up, still fighting for the virtual gaming flag here. But AXA looks to have a plan here, looks to maybe foil their opportunity here moving into the zone.
Well, that slight elevation coming through from Virtual could be what they need to put a stop to that rush coming through here from AXA. But as we know, AXA, being quite the formidable player, is not going to allow any of that to happen just yet. Myth also in a great position here to bounce back, right? Moment, Farok, 2 players up. Let's see what they do. Meanwhile, the rest of Titans focusing their efforts towards that western edge. 1 million up ahead there. Well, look at Gaddafi in one shot, right? Yeah, it's going to be staying as quiet as they can manage on this very southern side.
Oh, opportunities lying in wait, but what a tough time for these teams to now try and take hold of them. Leaders still holding and sitting pretty within the center zone. In the meanwhile, Titans, they're just getting bombarded. Utilities all being sent their direction by, of course, none other than 1 million and Virtual Gaming. Even Myth could jump on into the action here as B6 and Tix try and get around the edge line.
Oh, but this third-party play is coming through, and that is going to be a very unfortunate hit right on towards Venom. The rest of the 1 million still in a position where they could look to maybe tighten up these angles. As you can see that approach coming through, right? Leaders now getting rushed as Morteza gets knocked alongside Shadowin, but it's all now riding on PRZ and Carryboy. They get to see if they can lock in the continuation here for Leaders. 1 million moving forward. It's Buncher to get spotted out. Oh, takes quite a bit of damage. Up comes the Russians. Marshall looks to close out the door, and down they go, locking in that elimination. But now P6, the rest of Titan. Oh, getting spotted. The pressure really starting to mount. AXA is down. Now Teak, P6, having to hold up this defensive front. But here comes Marshall, raining down terror with the utilities. Gets the knock. All now relying purely and solely on P6. Could this be in the back for 1 million as they move in and they flank it out? Titan Gaming getting sent out right in 8th place. Now the fighting will continue as Marshall too gets spotted out by Shadowin. And I'm loving these chain fights.
Oh, it's just going to continue. Virtual Gaming up in between Myth and 1 million. Just taking on in what is happening here as Cacao tries to lay on some pressure. Alongside Slime 4KT in one round, there towards Leaders sitting pretty within the center zone. Gaddafi now stepping on up here, up against Myth here, trying to find Farok and trying to get that confirmation.
Oh, let's see. Is this going to be the hit though? Up comes the push, the rush. Gaddafi gets it in, down and now, up to only Farok. One shot is down. Could this be the play? Yes! It is Gaddafi to seal the fate for Team Myth. Now, 6 teams remain. As you can see, it is a very, very tough play indeed. Slime 4KT still in contention, moving in. They've got 1 round ahead of them. Oh, and 1 nade to seal it up. That is Koa rather, coming in with an absolutely devastating hit. Was Lazy Boy also now getting taken right on down as Alpha Luigi is not yet done. Up comes Venom looking to find the angles, and they succeed and take down Virtual Gaming Squad.
Oh, it's unfortunate there, but the timing, the numbers, everything just stacked against Virtual Gaming. Now Slime 4KT looking to just apply some pressure here to our zone. Blazes in the form of Leaders Esports holding these fantastic compounds within the zone. And they've been uncontested for just a little while longer. But now Slime, with their 7 eliminations, looking to step on forward as the 3v3 is just around the corner from going down. As 1 million and Lag, the only other 2 teams still in this, but Lag only down to 1 player.
Well, let's see how far Kagawa is going to be able to get that play right. I mean, a very, very risky position to be in. Also, not yet finding themselves within the zone. But Leaders keeping that positional play absolutely amazing. Now, are they going to be able to ride that storm all the way to the finish? Of course, speaking about storms, it is going to be Storm here from Slime 4KT. Now looking to ride along that western line. Of course, getting spotted out by Marshall. He takes quite a bit of a response in turn. Up comes the push, the play. 1 million trying to sort themselves. There's going to be Venom to find that knock. Would they now follow into the elimination of Slime 4KT?
Oh, Storm and Koa trying to stay alive, but 1 million, they just have the perfect line of sight. It's now Storm up here for Slime 4KT to try and hold the line, to try and keep 1 million from taking them out.
Oh, Venom rushes in and gives Slime a little bit of their own medicine. Beautiful rush coming through there from 1 million. But that then means, right, it's going to be a 3v3 fight to the very finish between Leaders Esports and 1 million. We can see Gary Boy, Shadowin, and PRZ now just looking to spread themselves out a little bit more. Both these teams on opposite ends of the zone. So, you know, eventually they are going to meet in the middle. But what a middle point that is, right? Right up on top of the hill. Let's see who's going to be the team to lock in this winner chicken dinner.
It's going to be the question here. 1 million moving on in from that ridge line, which means they have a perfect line of sight towards Leaders. But again, it's going to come down to these angles, and PRZ holding such a prime position here for information alone. Well, information at this point is the currency to play for, right? That zone just moving in and amongst both these teams. I'm loving this approach coming through from Senke. Just trying to sneak their way on through. Leaders surprisingly only sitting with 1 elimination to their name. Shadowin now going down. Gary Boy goes down. PRZ, the final contender, standing between 1 million and that winner chicken dinner. And there we go. It is going to be right on the money as Senke closes it up and secures the winner chicken dinner for 1 million. 14 eliminations to their name, the highest we've seen today. And I mean, 3 of those were just thanks to Senke in the final moments. I mean, come on, what a spray down. The super flank from Senke was the closing factor there. Unfortunately for Leaders, but fortunately for our eyes, as we saw that happen with 1 million Esports, picking up their first winner chicken dinner of the day, and what a way to start. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming through there from 1 million. But as we know, they are no strangers to bringing the excitement out on the battlefield. Of course, we know that's their first winner chicken dinner for the finals here. And that also then means that we are going to be taking a very, very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with you in a short few moments.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, this is day number 1 of the finals. We've just concluded our 4th match over on towards the lovely Miramar, in which we saw the players there from 1 million securing themselves a glorious victory, locking in those 14 eliminations. But as we know, we need to take a look at our match rankings to see how many points the other teams were also able to secure. Of course, we see Slime 4KT now just rising to the occasion with those 7 eliminations, coming in on 17 total points. Just picking on up the eliminations, following suit from the crazy 14 that 1 million found themselves. Of course, we also have Virtual Gaming picking up another 9, One Round picking up another 7. Some massive eliminations. And once again, at least the top 5, but this time the top 6 having double-digit points. So loving the fact that we're having some semblance of consistency just with the way that these teams are pushing for those points on the overall standings. I mean, it's going to be quite the contentious showing, as we can see, right? The top 6
locking in some pretty impressive points. But Team Titans, right, are still showing their presence with those 5 points apiece. But as we know, right, this is only the first page. We need to see what the damage is looking at that second page and where our other teams find themselves. Because at the end of the day, the teams are still playing for their distribution of those overall rankings, right? And the available points. So let's take a look at that second page to see what the situation is.
As we take a look at, we know it was a little bit crazy on the first page, but hey, again, not too bad of a spread on this side of things. I mean, great eliminations for Desert Flame and Triple Esports, and the rest of the teams at least picking up a point one way or another, other than, of course, Arab Golden, who will be taking some donuts, you know, just to snack on as they get ready for the next Sanhok and prepping themselves for the rest of the action of the day.
Well, quite a bit of action still to come as we know. Next up, it's going to be that lovely, lovely Sanhok. The second Sanhok of the day. Already quite a bit of action coming through in the very first one. But we'll get into that a little bit later on. First things first though, right? Match number 4, done and dusted. The points have all been secured. The points have all been locked in. As we know, the teams are playing for that overall tally. Right, so quite a bit up for grabs here, as we are also then going to be taking a bit of a look to see, just to remind everyone of the beautiful action that we had out on the battlefield, looking at those Oppo moments to see, and just to, have a great opportunity once again.
Yeah, no, the teams were definitely stepping it up in one way or another. Just the fashion of engagements we had there towards the final moments, it really was forcing the teams to step it up. They had no choice other than just to put their best gamer modes on, to bring in their best possible fights, to bring in their best possible spray downs, like we saw with Senke and that 3K there towards the end. I mean, it's just the rhyming, Senke, 3K, it makes sense, right? The teams, they brought the action on Miramar. You know, just the changes we saw from the first to the second, already seeing different teams moving on up the leaderboards, which means, again, the teams are still adapting. They are still just changing things up to make sure that they're going to be the ones on top.
Well, what I'm loving is the way in which these teams are stepping up, right? As we know, and as we are going to be taking a look at a few of the highlights there, the teams really now looking to apply even more of the strategies, right? We know coming through from League, teams, they've been holding a little bit that still in the bag, but now they're starting to let even more out. As we are progressing further and further through day one, the teams are really in a position where they can allow to keep those strategies hidden to themselves for far too long. But again, right, the team's dialing up the aggression and just looking to get down to business as quickly and as effectively as they can.
Yeah, it's not going to stop anytime soon. We still got 2 more maps left for today, and then another 6 tomorrow, another 6 on Sunday. So a lot of PUBG Mobile that these teams have to put themselves through. And again, it's another point of that question. I mean, they go from having only 4 maps a day in the league stages to maybe the 5th on a Sunday, to now all of a sudden it's 6 every day that they need to bring their best performance.
Well, speaking about that, of course, speaking about best performances, we need to give a big shout out to our sponsors as well. So, a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And aside from Monster, much love going out to Oppo. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. And of course, speaking about much loved, right, and gamer modes, we are going to be seeing what the teams will have in store for us as we are getting ready to jump straight over into Sanhok. Of course, this is an extra dose of that jungle action. This is the first time that we are having 2 Sanhoks in one day, right? At least for the season. Finals is the only point in which we have a double dosage of Sanhok action. So quite excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. Any predictions as to where you think the zone isn't going to go?
Yes, isn't going to go to... Let's go towards Trifecta.
Ooh, yes. Yes, I don't want it there.
Don't go. Yes, no. don't go to Trifecta, please.
No, we don't want anything like that. But of course, we are going to be finding out right now where that zone is going to be going as we jump straight into our second and last Sanhok right here for today. It does seem like the flight path is kind of focused on towards that more northern edge of the zone, with a few early jumpers already looking to get themselves situated and spread out.
I was gonna say I would absolutely dread it if we were heading towards cave. I mean, oh, I don't like that position whatsoever. So it'd be so sad. But of course, this northwestern part of the flight path is going to be looking absolutely stacked. Some teams already bringing in some of those alternative drop sites just to get themselves on the map, boots on the ground as quickly as possible. We can see 1 million here towards Tatmok. Of course, Senke dropping in for those heals. They need to get themselves stacked up as soon as they possibly can. One round, once again, alone here towards boot camp. Looks like leaders have made Hatin their permanent residence here towards Sanhok. Ooh, it worked, DDK. It worked. It worked.
Yeah, it's not every day that our reverse psychology trick works out, right? I mean, we've only been trying for how many days? Many
Please,
days.
don't
Many,
embarrass
many,
us,
many
please.
days. But either which way, right? We are seeing a little bit of that potential hot drop action coming through as we have the players there from VST and App Golden pushing towards that southern edge. We might see Gaddafi also maybe venturing up into a little bit of that boot camp action, but all will be revealed in due course as the teams are now getting themselves situated. But we do, however, see Paradox taking a few early hits.
Yeah, the HP's bar's not looking too good. Already a quick scramble here for the loots has to come on through so they can get themselves set up as quickly as possible. Of course, rotations are going to be a little bit fun here towards this portion of the zone. Here towards the east, we know just behind Zero Tolerance, it's Titans. Just to the south of Zero Tolerance is Blackjack. And just even further south, it's Lag. So there's a Flame now. They in an interesting opportunity here, but Vortex is going to be the first one to clap back, at least towards Buden, just to ward them off and to say, hey, listen, we've got our guns now, we've got the backup, maybe you want to rethink this.
Yeah, I'm loving the approach here from Zero Tolerance. As we know, right, the previous Sanhok, things were quite favorable for them, and they're going to be looking to continue on with that momentum, right? Lord now just quickly trying to find a little bit of that elevation to work out in their favor. DWAS on the opposite end. No armor really to speak of, so this could be a great opportunity for Zero Tolerance now to just try and capitalize. We can see DWAS getting picked up as Vortex reaches in and 6 gone. Now having to try and find a more opportune approach to take.
Oh, it's going to be a bit of a tough one. DWAS Buden, of course, DWAS on the ground. Buden trying to get the HP bars on up. It is going to be a tough time. But Klasa clapping black there at Lord at least gives them an edge into this next part. 6God trying to do the same, trying to find Paradox before Vortex finds an angle onto their position. It's going to be a very tough opportunity for them. They do have some time to work with, but AXA doing a little bit of a scouting maneuver here, just getting some information, looking to see if they want to get involved or if they're just going to be leaving these two teams to their own devices for the time being.
Well, there's not going to be any opportunity for horsing around, right? But as we have it now, it's going to be Zero Tolerance, there's a Flame, and a bit of a standoff. With the addition of Titan gaming off in the distance there, we can see AXA now just keeping their ears open, waiting for a bit of an opportunity to capitalize on. But Zero Tolerance down to 3. Skydo going to be looking to patch up that health pot. There's a Flame still holding strong. But now we see that flank adaptation coming in, right? They're starting to spread themselves out a bit more, but it does also then seem like they're focusing their efforts a little bit more westernly, right? Not going to be looking to meet the players there from Zero Tolerance full on just yet.
No, absolutely. Just focus on that longevity, keep the name alive, keep your banner going into the rest of the phase, because any and every point, whether that be by placement, via eliminations, is going to make a difference on the overall leaderboards. You know, these teams are fighting for those top 6 slots. I mean, let's not forget that an opportunity towards the MEA champs is up for grabs if you get yourself into the top 6, maybe even a PMGC slot for the teams on the overall, what do we call it? It's not even the overall standings, it's the grand total between spring and fall. So the grand total standings, we called it that, yes?
Let's go for that, right? The grand standings, because that's what it is, right? A grand opportunity for these teams to find their way up in towards that PMGC. And as we know, like we said, it is going to be the total of the spring and the fall points collectively, right? So what makes it so exciting about this season is that all the days out of the league stage, all those points combined with the finals will just add up to an insane tally for these teams already.
No, it absolutely would. There's a huge opportunity for some of the teams. Of course, the teams who did so well in the spring season, like obviously the first one to come to my mind, 1 million. they already had such a good step into this one, but we've had Titans doing some crazy things. We've had a few others as well, really stepping up to the plate, like Leaders Esports. So we'll just keep ourselves in suspense as we move on through into the rest of today's games. Of course, Virtual Gaming here towards Paradise, nicely situated and nicely isolated. I mean, no one is coming through into this position just yet. Everyone's still busy with their looting phases and relatively comfortable. It's only really Lag, our Golden Myth, a portion of Slime 4KT in the form of Storm, and of course Titans to find their way into zone.
Yeah, so I think, you know, for the time being, Paradise Resort being exactly that for virtual gaming, allowing them a little bit more room as they make their way on through, just making sure that they've got all the loot that they would need for this next stage. But the 1 million taking a very interesting approach, right? We've got Venom and Lazy Boy positioned towards this bridge. And then we see Senke and Marshall all the way up north, still held up in towards Cow. So I'm curious to see how 1 million is going to be looking to leverage this current situation. As we know, Leaders Esports just on the opposite end of that waterway.
Just on the opposite end, and definitely still a threat no matter what. I mean, the team's a rotation on Sanhok, it's not as stressful, so even though there might be a little bit of space between you two now, it's not going to be the case later on. It definitely could change in the drop of a coin. But of course, speaking of drop of a coin, the next thing that we need to flip a coin for is to see where that zone is going to be moving to and which teams it will really be favoring into this next phase, because as we know, we've a few stragglers out into the blue, and now they have just a slight tad more of a rotation to make, but it's not too crazy of a shift.
Yeah, and that's almost some excitement I'm hearing in your voice right there, right? Still seeing that trifecta region being in play.
I was trying to hide it.
Yeah, you know, we know by now, right? So it is going to be Triple Esports finding themselves right up into that trifecta. Of course, having to share that with Seoul Esports. But this time around, the entirety of bootcamp is pretty vacant. We got one round moving a little bit further up north, looking for that center zone setup. But this is where things are going to get quite interesting, right? As we did see the players from Titan rotating right past Zero Tolerance, looking for that positional angle in towards the zone. But again, right, so many plays could open from this point, and it's going to be the team there from Slime 4KT to take a swing down on towards Leaders.
Oh, knock, knock, knock. Blackjack Esports also looking here towards Zero Tolerance. As we can see, Slime finding PRZ from Leaders, and the rest of Blackjack Esports now moving on closer and closer here towards Vortex and Skydo from Zero Tolerance, still trying to raise the banner and run the Zero Tolerance flag. The rest of Zero Tolerance in the form of Paradox is a little bit closer up towards Barn, actually closer towards the zone as well. So it would be interesting to see if they make that rotation, how they could actually leverage that angle moving into the side here of Blackjack Esports.
Well, let's see how much leverage there will be. Speaking about that, of course, it is going to be Titans now looking to leverage their own surprise element in favor towards virtual gaming. As one shot gets spotted out, it is going to be AXA to lock in their fate. But a quick response coming through, though. You can see Zeus now just thundering down with the sprays and causing quite a bit of damage on towards AXA. But again, right, that zone position is going to be absolutely essential at this point in time. We do have Lag also venturing up behind Blackjack, so we could see a few hits now starting to come through in that feed. Wave also, they're going to be venturing up in towards Paradise Resort.
Oh, yes, they are, because they want a little bit of the action. Maybe a free towelette, maybe a bit of a chocolate on the bed pillow, but no, it's going to be Gaddafi to just reign on supreme, to give them their welcoming party, but unfortunately not going quite the way that they planned.
Yeah, a little bit of that, warm lead welcoming coming in there. But, it's not going to be much of a deterrent here for Zeus. We can see Zeus now trying to cook up that nade, but Titan Gaming, they've heard it. They're on the approach. We can see AXA, P6, Teak, and Puncher now just looking to, explore the options here as they move on forward. But again, we know Blue Zone is on the approach, and this time around, we're seeing a lot more focus being put in by the teams of getting themselves ahead of that Blue Zone. Still waiting for, of course, Team Myth to catch up.
Oh, P6 just taking a little bit of a knock there. A little bit of damage, but it's nothing to cry home about just yet. Virtual Gaming, in the meanwhile, they're looking like they are checking out of their stay at the Paradise Resort. And yeah, they just weren't really impressed by the room service. You know, it wasn't quite what they ordered. You know, they ordered a few eliminations. They got a warm lead welcome instead. So they weren't looking to stay any longer. But Elias now up here for Arab Golden, trying to stay alive while the rest of the team moves on in for backup. I just don't know if they're going to get you in time.
Well, I mean, time is what they don't have much of, as you can see now. Oh, it is going to be the pressure coming through. Ilias managing to escape at least on the first rush there. Oh, great continuation going through here from Zuxi. Just nailing those hits. Unfortunately, not finding enough success with that spray down. But that is also going to be opening up a few options here now for VST, right? They can quickly just regather themselves before opting for another push. Meanwhile, on the edge, it is going to be Lag and Zero Tolerance now trying to kind of compete against each other for that position as the zone now shifts all the way towards the northern edge.
Ooh, virtual gaming. I mean, they are just feeling it right now alongside the Paradise Resort, continuance here of Wave Esports and Titans, who are currently holding those positions. And then meanwhile, unfortunately, Lag and Zero Tolerance, they are still having a bit of a spat of their own. And Lag is, they're feeling the brunt of the discussions here out here towards the blue, already dropping one player. And now looking how they can circumvent this position from Zero Tolerance. I mean, how do they get around this? Do they take a longer rotation into the zone, potentially threatening themselves here with Blackjack Esports, or do they just wait it out and see what they can do?
And that's going to be a pretty tough one, right? As we know, Lag really going to be hoping to find those angles. But it does seem like Zero Tolerance are instead focusing on their own positioning, not going to be putting too much focus on Lag for the time being. Now, Slime, meanwhile, on that northern edge, are going to be having to face off against Leaders Esports, who could be setting up a bit of a gatekeep, but neither of these teams have secured themselves a position in that zone. Instead, it does seem like Leaders are moving out in anticipation for the rotation coming through here from Slime. Out comes the first one, Plaza, to be ducking into the drink, and this is going to be a quick response now. Kowa, beautiful off-angle position.
Oh, those shots nearly gave me a fright of my own, but of course, it is now the fright here of Leaders Esports moving into Slime 4KT, but Gary Boy will be getting a fright as they get taken on down almost immediately. Now the rest of Leaders Esports, only 2 members remaining. It is, of course, Shadowin and Morteza here, still within the vicinity, but now looking elsewhere, potentially maybe just taking the rotation. As you can see, the swim coming on through for Morteza and Plaza. If they spot this out, if they do spot Morteza, it could be the end.
It could definitely be, but let's see. Is that going to be the angle here for Plaza to play at? No. Oh, Shadow and Morteza trying to line themselves up, and look at that. Bronto goes down. Shadowin just with an absolutely locked on angle. Trying to find that confirmation. Don't want to give Slime the next opportunity to bounce back, right? Because as we know, if they bounce back, they're going to bounce back with an absolute vengeance. And Shadow and Morteza trying to secure this position as best they can. But they are going to be having to deal with the rest of the Slime Force now moving on forward.
Oh, Pronto going to be going down. Almost the confirmation they were shadowing now as well. So Slime 4KT up to 3 against the 2 here from Leaders Esports. Shadowing down to a sliver, a literal sliver of HP to try and work with, try and fight against Slime 4KT. Moving on in from this northwestern position into the zone. They are looking to pick up as many eliminations as they possibly can and keeping their heads on the swivel, maybe even taking a northern approach. As we can see, Plaza heading there towards that hilltop. Might give them the angle they need to snuff out the rest of Leaders.
Well, that does seem to be a really good approach coming through from Slime. But now as we jump back to that southeastern side, it's going to be triple Esports to meet their end, right? The shots just raining down terror. Well, at least 2 of the players getting stopped in their tracks. And this could bring in a little bit of a worrying play now for 7 Reef and Chemos, as we can see them held up right alongside a wave. But Lag also then with a slow, steady approach coming towards them. So, yeah, there we have it. Zero Tolerance losing even another player. And this is a very unfortunate position. But Arab Golden also getting caught in a very similar fate.
Yeah, this is the most southern portion of the zone that we have now. It is Desert Flame and Arab Golden yet to make an approach into the zone. But of course, Desert Flame, they are looking for other plans. They are looking for a few eliminations, sending out a few nades to try and make that connection out to Angelo. Just narrowly missing with the jump and the bounce off of that rock. It does mean that Angelo will be the last member alive up against the rest of Desert Flame.
Yeah, not much of a reset available here for Angelo, but they're not going to need too much as they push straight on in, picks up the head onto Wood 6. And now, this is where Angelo still has quite a bit of a fighting chance. Very, very tough odds stacked against them. But it does seem like Desert Flame instead now focusing their efforts on the rotation instead of positioning. But look at that. Angelo just pinpoint accurate.
Oh, I love it. Just the clapback here from Angelo just to force Desert Flame on their heels, and suddenly they might have to think about a retreat. But Angelo's still quite a distance, quite a journey for them to take now into the zone. And the action is just going to continue as we see one round spotting out the position here of Seoul Esports.
Oh, it is going to be Hemo down, relaying a little bit of the information, but Omar just on the top end. Of course, Teak bringing in a bit of that helping hand, but now Eflex having to lock in that angle. Here we go, the rush comes through. Will this be the end of one round? Oh, we got a little bit of that S12 action coming in as well. Omar, oh, beautiful, beautiful reaction. Gets them mid-air, steps up once again. But down goes Omar. This is now going to be Rauf to rush on forward, locks it in with the UMP, and down goes one round.
Oh, that was delicious. That was so delicious. It wasn't a DVS, but the S12 is just as good. I mean, the sound is even better. So let's just move on in. A fantastic, fantastic work here from Seoul Esports. Let's see how they continue that, however. Question as well applied here towards Leaders Esports. Finding themselves unfortunately camped out here towards the end of this bridge line, thanks to Senke, who's just been applying pressure after pressure. And this time again, DK, we're seeing the change up from 1 million. They're not focusing on that heal strat right off the bat with Senke. This time, they will be joining the rest of their squad mates as they move on into the zone.
Yeah, you do have a little bit more control if you keep up that aggression, but I understand the heal strat, right? I mean, you've seen Senke really dial that in with, absolute perfection, right? So it is an interesting change up coming through from 1 million, but maybe they'll be able to capitalize off of having more players in that zone. It is now still onto the teams having to find a bit more of a secured angle. Fantasy now getting traded. Cacao going to be held up in that warehouse, waiting to see where this next zone is going to be taking them. But of course, that also then means that they are going to be suffering even more damage from that blue zone.
It's just going to keep adding, right? The phases, as we go through the phases, they are just going to keep burning a hole in the HP bars here of our teammates. Wave Esports, of course, here still too close in contention, with some of the members outside of Paradise Islands. Titans have moved on up from this location, taking a compound within the zone. So it's only Cacao now from Lag Esports that could be a bit of a deterrent, but they also don't know, they don't have the information we have to work with. So Wave Esports for the time being will be sitting pretty, quite calm, as Desert Flame, 1 million, Myth, and Titans move on into the zone.
Well, it is going to be a very, very contentious zone looking at the available positions we have, right? Slimevogeti, not yet secured within that zone, but they are looking to put a few stops in and where they can find them. Finding a few of those angles on towards 1 million. Myth could be the next victims, but now that blue zone is going to be forcing them to rotate further and further forward. BSD going to be taken down by their blue, but up comes the spray downs as Blackjack now just capitalizes on this beautiful setup they've got. Koa goes down alongside Storm, and now it all rides on Plaza. See whether or not they can bring in that longevity for Slime 4KT.
We'll have to wait and see. 5 layers deep into the blue zone. We know it's going to start just adding on to the pressure that these players are going to be experiencing. Plaza now potentially relegated out into the blue zone. We'll have to wait and see how they're going to be making their approach. As we can see, a lot of pressure being applied as these teams try and move on in.
Well, there's not a lot of space left to move in, right? But of course, now Lazy Boy going to get targeted as Titan Gaming rushes straight on forward, finds that hit, secures the elimination, now sitting on 7 to their name. 1 million, on the other hand, now being forced to adopt that heal strat, right? Senke, as we know, no stranger to the blue zone heal strat, but a lot of focus are going to be put onto the zone itself. You see Wave holding strong as they move in, securing the zone as the first team, still having these compounds as well. But there's a flame just behind them. Titans over towards that western side is going to be a little bit of a problematic situation.
I do like also the position that Blackjack Esports would be moving on in, right from the north of that zone. They could be the opportunity for any of the other teams to find an angle into the territory Wave Esports hold because of the angles they will be able to work with. They'll be able to leverage those angles on towards the balconies that Wave Esports are hiding in. There's a flame now. They have spotted out Titans, and if they stay quiet, they could get a bit of a surprise drop here on AXA.
Well, they could definitely get that surprise, but let's see. Is it going to be up to... Oh, is Buden and Klasa going to be up to that? AXA is showing that they are aware of there's a flames position behind them. Oh, that nade, so accurate. Causing quite a bit of damage and forcing Buden to rethink that strategy instead. It does seem like there's a flame just going to be staying up on this ridge. Now AXA moving forward. Leaders getting taken out in that blue zone. Up comes the push. AXA. There's a little taste of action, right? Already 2 eliminations strong. Could we see AXA now locking in that hit? Yes! Down goes Buden. Oh, up comes the follow-up, Nate. Glaser just in so much danger right here, but AXA not going to be backing off. Instead, pushing further and further forward. Great opportunity for Glaser to patch it up now in hot pursuit. Looks to find AXA. Will they get it? Oh, AXA just managing to stay ahead, but that is not going to be stopping Glaser from trying to find them.
Oh, that zone is just a perfect screen, but here comes the backup from the rest of the squads, and it will be Desert Flame to get sent on back as Titans move on forward with their full squad up against only stragglers from the rest of the teams.
Wow. I mean, also, again, this is no surprise, really, because we know this is kind of Titan, right? This is the approach. Once they move in and they've got all 4 players still alive and kicking, it is going to be absolute carnage that lies ahead. So, Chronal now trying to hold up there as well. See whether or not Chronal Last will be able to outlast the pushes coming through as Titans move up that blue zone, just touching on the edge. It is going to be Ivar to find Teak though. So not all is over just yet. Buncher now trying to send that nade across. It is going to be Lag to get sent away. But here we have it. Titans essentially down to only 3 players. Ivar makes a dash for it, gets that hit. Oh, 2 players from Titans down, 3 players down. This is now the rest of the lobby rising in contention against the rise of Titans. Oh, Chronal gets sent away. And with that, it is purely and solely down to Myth, who's standing between Titans and that winner chicken dinner. But I think, yes, it is 100% sure that Myth Farok is all the way out in the blue zone towards Quarry. So, yeah, we're not going to be seeing a strike down coming through from Farok here.
Yeah, look, they've got 9 medkits left. You know, it's a lot of heals, but it's not going to be enough to get you all the way from Quarry to, well, basically Paradise Resort in the blue zone, 8 layers deep. Yeah, no, I don't need to be good at math, thankfully, to know how this is going to be going. But Titans picking up a winner chicken dinner with 14 eliminations, literally back-to-back, copying what 1 million just did on Miramar.
Oh, absolutely insane. But I mean, it's pretty crazy to think that Titan Gaming and 1 million, right? If the one team does something, they come in with an immediate response to that, right? Just showing
it.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely insane. It just shows capabilities of these teams. Absolutely formidable foes. But, you know, some very exciting plays. 14 eliminations sitting under the belt here for Titan Gaming alongside that winner chicken dinner. What more do you want?
No, we had everything we wanted. We had Trifecta involved. We had Myth picking up a 2nd place thanks to the great heal-offs here from Farok, and still somehow managing to get up until this point. There we go. The heals seem to be done, and Farok is just going to be finishing it off with a little bit of a lean and dash, you know, into the final moments. Titans, with that winner chicken dinner, will be quite pleased with their performances moving into Sanhok. It was a spicy zone of action there towards the later half of Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, once that Titan snowball started rolling, we know what comes next. And of course, well, the other teams do too as well. But of course, beautiful winner chicken dinner there to Titan. 14 eliminations, as you said, right? We already saw that being done by the players from 1 billion, and now they're just replicating these efforts. So you gotta love the action and the contention coming through from these teams.
And it was absolutely phenomenal. So yes, I mean, Titan's just duplicating what 1 million did there onto the previous map. But as we process that and as we just get over ourselves with the crazy action these teams are putting out, we do have to take a short break before we get ready for our last map of the first day of the championship weekend.
Fellow PUBG mobile players, along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious when the player is aiming down sights. The markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello guys and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 Season Finals. Right, it is day number 1. We've already concluded 5 of our 6 matches. We just saw the players there from Titan Gaming replicating the efforts we saw come through from 1 million in the match before them. Both teams finishing with those chicken dinners and 14 eliminations to their name. But as we know, we need to take a bit of a look and see what the match rankings are for these teams and how many points they secured. It is going to be Titans, then, as I've mentioned, replicating those efforts with the 29 total points. But Blackjack coming into that second place, right? Locking in those 5 eliminations, avoiding themselves 15 total points.
Of course, it had to be Titans to just break the beautiful pattern we had of the top 5 picking up double digits. But hey, at least it was the top 4 this time around, picking up some double digits. And even if we take a look at 6th and 7th position on the first page, Desert Flame and VST still picking up 7 eliminations each. So the points, they are looking still pretty healthy, even though they're not following the great pattern I was enjoying. It's okay, it's okay. But of course, as we go down the second page, 1 million, finishing off with 6 points on the first page. Closing up our top 8. As we take a look at the next 8, so we'll have to wait and see. Ooh, okay, so not too bad, I would say, DK.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about a pattern, right? There is your pattern 6688 all the way to the end. But of course, Slime T walking in with their 4 points there. Have Golden locking in 2 eliminations on a grand total of 3 points. Leaders, 1 round. Also then walking away with their 2 points respectively. But Virtual Gaming this time around, not having too much success, right? Instead of being dealt with a bag of donuts, right? Having no pointers coming through. But as we know, they've already been able to rise to such a beautiful occasion on that very first match.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had at least one team in every single map today picking up the donuts. It's not great, but again, they've got so many opportunities moving into not only today, but the weekend as well to pick up the points and to really set themselves apart from the rest of the competition. As we know already, the overall rankings for me have been looking so spicy as we take a look at the Oppo moments here from that previous Sanhok. The teams really stepped it up, DK.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the kind of flow here for today. I mean, Gaddafi almost instantly regretting that knock that they dealt, because they received a very quick answer on that. But I gotta say, the way that the Titan Gaming just dealt with this whole situation, I mean, it's not really surprising to see them do that, because they've shown a lot of that coming through from the league stage. But again, the confidence being just had here by Titan Gaming is just such a sought after approach, right? I mean, it's insane, right? I can't wait to see what they'll have in store for us. But of course, as we know, we are going to be moving into our very final match of day number 1, and it's going to be none other than Erangel. So, last opportunity for a bit of a prediction. Where don't you want that flight path to go?
I've done it enough today. It is your turn. Where do you not want the flight path to go?
I don't want to see a flight path that allows for the south to come into play, right?
Okay.
That's what I don't want to see. I don't want to have anything towards that Sosnovka island. But of course, we'll have to wait for the play now to just ensure that everyone is properly buckled in before we jump straight over into that lovely, lovely Erangel action. But as we know, right, the last time that we were here, it was quite a successful run for one particular team.
We picked up a really, really good opportunity here from the likes of our teams that jumped onto Erangel. Again, we've seen some crazy shifts, especially towards that eastern portion, moving on into the final moments where Titans had that fantastic ridge line opportunity to hold the angle. Then 1 million came in, swooped on in, picked it on up, and continuing from that, DK, that's really where we saw these teams shine.
Yeah, of course, we know our previous winner winner chicken dinners went over to the players there from Blackjack, who locked it in over on Erangel. But this time around, as we get ready to hop straight on into the game, we are going to be looking at that flight path first up to see where it's going to be moving. It's starting towards Stolba, which you can see just down below. So that only means, based on the angle, the trajectory that we are taking, that we are heading down towards that lovely southern edge. We can see the lovely Sosnovka Island off in the distance, and it is a somewhat more easternly focused flight path.
All right, so I'm not going to say what you know that I want to say about where this zone is going to be going, but hey, we'll have to wait and see how that's going to turn out. So great opportunity now for 1 million once again to showcase their Stolba / Kaneshki drop site. Not really going to be working with Georgia Pool today, unfortunately for them, but that's just how light zones have been. They want to get themselves on the ground as quickly as possible, get those loot phases going. Of course, Seoul Esports and Arab Golden going to be very happy because they are getting a direct, Uber to their favorite drop sites there towards the military base island. And the rest of the teams, not too bad of an opportunity to try and set themselves up. I mean, 1 round going towards Georgia Pool. Yes, a little bit of a further rotation. Desert Flame over towards Katka. Also a slightly further, rotation, but it's not crazy at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, there's still quite a bit of opportunity left for these teams to get themselves situated, to get themselves established. But I think the kicker, the decider, is going to be where that initial zone is going to be appearing. And of course, it follows
Ooh.
suit to what we had in our very first Erangel. So I'm loving the consistency of the zone, and it's really forcing these teams to play at their strategies.
Yeah, and to play at my feelings because now I feel like something else might be happening here with the zone. I just kind of want to see it shift the way that we obviously didn't want it to shift. Yes, yes. But of course, the team is dropping on down into their drop sites. Looking at this now, virtual gaming here towards the Popka. We've got Titans close to Farm and Milter, of course, no surprise there. But what is a bit of a surprise is I think I see a straggler there from Seoul Esports in and amongst Titan Gaming and Zero Tolerance. So not sure what happened there. I think it's Lord from Zero Tolerance that actually dropped. Not Lord from Zero Tolerance means I can't actually see who it is from Seoul Esports dropped there. But we'll take a look and see a little bit later on what happened. As we do see here towards, well, Wave Esports, leaders not too far off as well. So a few stragglers here and there, obviously thanks to the flight zone, the flight path at least being a little bit crazy. What's
Yeah,
that name? Flight zone, flight zone.
Yeah, the Zune, the player that finds themselves in that Zune between Titans
Zoon.
and Zero Tolerance is going to be none other than Raouf, right?
Ah, there we go.
So,
Thanks.
yeah, Raouf right there on the very verge, but much closer towards Zero Tolerance than they are towards Titan Gaming. So, let's see. Maybe the ridge lines could work out, but Zero Tolerance are situated up in towards Shelter. So, I think there's going to be an opportunity for a little bit more longevity towards Raouf, unless they go pushing in towards Shelter, in which I think that's going to be changed quite considerably, or maybe even drastically. But I love the center zone, though, right? It is going to be VST, as well as Triple Esports and Desert Flame currently finding themselves in very close proximity to each other.
Hmm. All right, so let's take a look at this. We've had such a, well, I don't want to say quiet, I don't even want to say respectful, but we've just had a very strategic day all around for these teams. Ooh, get on that building, please. But up until this point now, we do see a few of those stragglers, we do see of those potential early engagements. Of course, it's just going to depend on the teams whether or not they actually will be going for that. Even the Raouf, who still finds themselves in between Titans and Zero Tolerance, hasn't made that dash over towards the rest of their teammates in Milta Power because, well, they're in the zone. And if they hold that position, they could actually secure a great navigation for the rest of the team of Seoul Esports to move on in. So there is some opportunity that comes with the risk that these teams are playing, at least the stragglers, that the risk that the stragglers are taking. But we'll wait and see for how much longer they will be working with that. Already we've got 1 million, at least Lazy Boy, making a bit of a dash towards the zone, trying to secure that northern portion. And Lord and Raouf get towards the bunkers, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be a bunker party for the time being. But I'm also quite satisfied to see that the zone didn't give me what I wanted, right? Very, very
Yes.
happy that it didn't give me what
You
I
mean
was
you're not
asking
happy?
for.
You're not happy. We must continue this.
Yes. No, I'm satisfied. But it is gonna be Zero Tolerance now, looking to explore their options as they just look to get themselves a little bit more situated towards that positioning in center zone, maybe, right? As we know, center zone is where we'll have VST and Triple Esports, but VST taking a little bit more of a spread here. We can see they've got it's a brood up towards that northern edge, held up in the compound, and that limits the approach here for Triple, because it's a brood we know, right? They are sometimes quite the force to be reckoned with, so maybe they could bring in some surprise element to this. But again, a good approach coming through as the teams are now looking to get themselves a little bit more situated towards the zone, right? Because Zero Tolerance on the approach, we got Slime, we got Wave, we got so many others trying to find a more opportune angle to take.
And I mean, if you take a look at the opportunities that lie in wait within the zone, Desert Flame, I mean, Triple Esports, VST, Leaders, Myth, they all find themselves really comfortably situated. Myth in particular, holding all of the control of these compounds. They have a fantastic opportunity to take this further. Again, yes, there's going to be pressure from the rest of the surrounding teams to try and take, the similar position, to try and take a similar control. But if they can at least stand their ground, hold their position strong, they not only have an opportunity to be one of the first teams in the next phase, but they could be picking up some crazy eliminations with the likes of the other teams trying to rotate into Pachinki.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit of control to be had here, but as we know, right, we'll see where these teams are going to be favoring once they lock into those pathways. But one team in particular that I'm quite interested in seeing what their performance will be on this very last match of the day is going to be Arab Golden, right? We know they're currently sitting on 47 points, which we'll see at the top of the screen momentarily, but they're so close to catching up and potentially surpassing the players from Desert Flame. So I'm loving this contention coming through. There's, of course, only 11 points separating 13th from 16th position.
Ooh, okay. So that's a little bit of fire that's can be lit under the feet of these teams as they move on in. We'll have to wait and see, though, if they can make that happen, especially if they're going to make that happen in today. We know it's the first day of the championship weekend. I mean, if you want to talk about the initial nerves, if you want to talk about, you know, some of the work that has gone into this season in particular, it all comes down to the start of today. So the first few games might not be what some of these teams are looking for, but then they definitely come back tomorrow and Sunday and push it to the limits because, I mean, after today, there's still 12 more maps, DK. There's still 12 more opportunities for these teams to pick up points.
Yeah, but I do honestly believe that these teams are really trying to find that you know, that extra little bit of spice that they have in store. Because so far today's been quite exciting with all the action. I mean, we've had continuous changes as the teams kept on bringing in those surprises, right? We have all our respective winner chicken dinners coming through. And as we've said, right, it goes to different teams each and every single time. But moving into this final Erangel, this is where we get to see whether or not teams will be able to replicate the success that they've been having. Definitely a little bit of an interesting approach coming in there from Chronolas, and of course that altercation with their teammate with the vehicles, Phonics. But no, zero tolerance provides a bit of an opportunity up ahead.
Just a few bumper cars, DK. You know, they're getting some of the nerves out, having a little bit of fun. That's all. But as you can see, 1 million now joining here one round, or joining the likes of one round up towards the northwestern portion. Very close, of course, to the usual spots that we see one round. And of course, not surprisingly, they are heading here towards Mount Everest, just holding their position, trying to wait and see what the next zone will hold for them. We saw a similar approach to their previous Erangel. Of course, we'll have to wait and see if they're going to continue that or maybe move on further into Gatka. That might be a really good opportunity for them to hold that, as it's a bit closer to the center. Ooh.
Well, nice little shift coming through there. But one drastic change that we've seen from the teams in this Erangel is that they are putting a lot more focus on staying ahead of that blue zone, right? First Erangel, we had quite a few teams at this stage still positioned out in the blue. But again, the convergence is going to come through as the teams start to move further and further inwards. Pachinki could be quite the fighting position here, but we are seeing P6 off in the distance getting hit. Now MG going to have their hands full with a bit of that reception on the end. Oh, the shots connecting on up. Oh, loving it as the teams now look to dial up the aggression.
Oh, AXA in particular, just looking for a little bit of an angle here to work with, looking to hopefully recover their losses as well, as P6 is still busy bleeding on out, but hopefully that res should come on through. Now, holding the line here, we can see AXA looking for an opportunity here towards Blackjack Esports. Getting information at this point in time would be key to Titans making any further moves.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite important for Blackjack now to try and just tighten up this position. Oh, Buncher getting hit. It's now P6 super low on that health bar. Great opportunity for Reverb and the rest of the players from Blackjack to strike. But this is going to be on the cards. Phonics moving forward. What's a bit of an opportunity? Could they find their heads looking onto the vehicles? The spray down connects the shots. And there we have it. Two players from Titans are down on their knees, right? It's now riding on Teak and AXA to see if they can kind of piece this play back together, but the shots, the relentless effort being put in here by Blackjack could potentially spell quite a bit of success for them. Chronal going to be rushing straight on through with that vehicle, looking to seal the fate of Titans as best they can.
But of course, it's MG and Chronal now left here for Blackjack Esports to try and hold on as AXA is fighting alongside Teak to keep the Titans banner alive, to keep their name moving on forward. And now we even see a little bit of a helping hand here from what I believe is Zero Tolerance jumping on in to just try and get some of those confirmations as well. So unfortunately, neither of these teams are out of the danger zone just yet. Yes, Titans, they need to recover their HP bars, get those races popped off. But Blackjack Esports, they still have a massive opportunity to take out the likes of Titans.
Yep, still quite a bit of pressure coming through. I'm loving the addition of Seoul Esports. We
Ooh.
can see Axel now getting taken down. Oh, there we have it. Buncher also falls. Now Teak, the final hopeful, left to find that extra bit of security. And again, right, some very limited options in favor of Teak there. But as we know, Teak no stranger to these challenges. But Blackjack also could be looking to swoop on through and maybe find a few of those extra points. Seoul keeping their distance, and I think it's a well-deserved kind of angle to be holding.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just giving yourself such a massive flanking opportunity against a team like Titans. You can really see how this is changing it up. But Teak, I mean, Teak taking a very interesting path. I mean, pretty much all the way to the edge of zone, now turning around potentially and flanking, doing a double back towards Seoul Esports.
Yeah, Seoul, of course, now just clearing up the terrain, ensuring that they lock in those eliminations. We can see the two sitting quite pretty there alongside the name at the top. But as we look towards the rest of the zone, right, it's still going to be that mass convergence of teams. One round now over towards that western side, and they can continue with their role as the zone takes that swing further up north. But this is where school is going to be quite essential position. School and those apartment buildings right next to it. I'm curious to see who's going to be the first team to take that plunge. But of course, Virtual Gaming are going to be holding on to Potato Hill for the time being.
Ooh, okay. So some great opportunities here into the next zone. As we can see, the team's now shifting up towards that northeastern portion. School's still uncontested at the time being because, well, the teams are all coming from that southern position. 1 million now here within a firm opportunity. As we can see, one round rotating on in right up front of Lazy Boy. And they will not hesitate to take an elimination or two.
No hesitation whatsoever. But of course, this only marks the point in which we'll be seeing even more aggression coming through as we have zero tolerance, making it so difficult for Blackjack. And look at this, it is going to be one round, stopping 1 million nearly in their tracks as Lazy Boy just gets ripped out of that vehicle. Again, Senke, Marshall, as well as Venom in a position where they could apply a lot of pressure in retaliation onto one round.
Oh, we did say Pachinki was going to be hot and heavy as all the teams are moving on in for controlling positions here. There's one round, it's 1 million. It's that one-on-one action, and the teams could not be even more based. As we see, it's a 3v3. They have equal opportunity, both sides. But of course, the rest of the teams, Triple Esports, VST, and Arab Golden, might be moving into this position as well as they try to situate themselves into safety.
Yeah, could be quite a bit of a problem, but for the time being, they are going to be focusing on each other. We do see Myth and Lag just on the opposite end of these lovely Pachinki fields now, getting ready to just lock it in. Of course, VST on a slow, steady approach coming through from that southern side is going to be Zuxi, just trying to gather as much information as they can. You know, you want to make these calculated plays, right? And you can only do that if you have the necessary information. Zuxi slowly just advancing their way on forward. But I'm curious to see what's going to happen between the side of Team Miss and the players there from Lag, with Farouk holding a little bit more of a northern position.
And again, I mean, they would be sandwiched between Virtual Gaming, Wavy Esports, who at any point in time can jump on in and maybe just steal an elimination or two. As we can see, Lag already just keeping their eyes peeled here towards the horizon, trying to find any and every elimination as Kimos gets taken down by Arab Golden as well. And I mean, Ilias and Wiss, alongside the rest of their members, like Ban, for example, will be able to get those confirmations quite quickly. So Triple Esports will be down, unfortunately, to only 2 members remaining.
Oh, it is going to be Arab Golden just looking to clear it up. 2 eliminations already secured. And still, right, it is going to be M7MD and Black 7 now just trying to get themselves back into contention, moving from that southwestern side. But the zone might have a completely different thing planned for them as it now just centers up towards the middle. And this is going to be absolute carnage, right? Still 14 teams remain, 47 players alive, or rather in the game. One of them is knocked, M7MD, as we can see. But who's going to be the team to lock down this next stage?
Oh, Black 7. If we could talk about the Valley of Danger, they currently find themselves in the Valley of Danger. Everyone moving on into this territory just right past one round. I said it. Goodbye, unfortunately, to Black 7 and Triple Esports. We get sent on back into the lobby. Top 13 teams, here we go. And of course, Pachinki is still hot and heavy here with 1 round and 1 million, looking for an answer. But hey, Arab Golden, as you mentioned, they are moving into this territory slowly but surely because they know something is up.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to bring in quite a bit of caution when moving past Pachinki, right? Regardless of who's situated there, still some really great vantage points to be had. But speaking about Pachinki, Myth and Lag still on the opposite end of that field, really sitting quite prettily, right? Now, they can just look to see if they can maybe play at some advantage. But again, Potato Hill is going to be quite a nice spot for Virtual Gaming to just continue their current strategy from.
Yeah, no, they do have a very good opportunity to do so. Wave Esports moving on closer and closer. I mean, VST, Virtual Gaming, holding such interesting positions. You know, we mentioned Virtual Gaming taking on a hold of, Potato Hill, and well, Potato Hill's still within play. It is Slime for KT, Soul Esports, Zero Tolerance that might be a little bit of a deterrent, but for the time being, we'll focus on what's happening here towards the southwestern portion of the zone. Chico out in the open is going to get spotted out by none other than Senke and Venom there to just get the confirmation. Does mean that 1 million at least find one here of 1 round.
Yeah, a lot of ones right there. But both teams, 1 round and 1 million, sitting on 2 eliminations each. So a very even spread across the board. But now as we look on as 1 round, I'm trying to find a bit of a play to make here. We do have Soul Esports now challenging Virtual Gaming for possession of Potato Hill. Slime for KT also just over towards the eastern side are going to be looking to maybe capitalize on a few of these third-party angles. But Zeus and the rest of Virtual Gaming, they got the elevation, but will those ridge lines work out as we can see? Now, them quickly hopping in those vehicles and getting ready for a bit of a push as Hemo now falls in turn.
Oh, surprise, surprise, Soul Esports. They find themselves in a battle here for Potato Hill, but it is the reigning residents of Potato Hill that are looking to stop them from moving on in. Emo getting taken on out just by the beautiful names from Virtual Gaming. What else are they going to do?
Oh, they're not going to look at the off-angle plays, but up comes the hits, though. It is going to be Zeus in quite a bit of danger here. Alpha Luigi trying to just move through with that vehicle as well, inching the way a little bit closer, trying to bring in that assistance, that backup. But Roof on the edge of that ridge. Could this be the play? Oh, the shots still continue to fly on through. Omar looking to bring in a bit of a helping hand, but Slime for KT now looking to strike as we can see them pushing forward. Will Raouf get this one though? Zeus trying to get that res on towards Gaddafi. Alpha Luigi trying to flank up and deal with the Soul Esports pressure. But is it going to be the answer though? Alpha Luigi on their slow, steady approach. Well, it's not slow, right? They're rushing straight up. Ooh, up comes the opportunity. Is this going to be Raouf to spot them out? No, it's going to be Alpha Luigi to spot Raouf instead. The hit comes in and down they go. Now Omar left to try and defend the position against Virtual Gaming.
Oh, it's not going to be an easy one whatsoever, but we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen here. Omar, we've seen them do some crazy things in the past before, but their options are so limited with that zone moving on up towards the northern side. And now Alpha Luigi applying the pressure here towards Slime for KT, moving on into their position. Koa literally down to a sliver of HP, but they can't really work with this. They need to focus on getting themselves into the zone. As we know, it's only Wave, it's only Titans in zone. Well, not even Wave anymore, as we can see, in zone, currently holding a position.
Well, and of course, we have the players there from Lag and Myth getting into a bit of an altercation, but it's going to be Zero Tolerance and Arab Golden on the very southern edge of this blue zone, fighting for control. But they need to focus their efforts forward as it is. Zero Tolerance now applying all the pressure they can find. Wiz once again finds themselves the final remaining hopeful for the team of Arab Golden. Looking to patch up that health bar, but it's not going to be enough as the blue zone swoops through with some help from Skydo to put an end to the side of Arab Golden.
Love to see it. Virtual Gaming also making their approach into the zone, while Lag are trying to patch things up. Farouk just so close here, just looking for that little bit of a nade connection, but instead might be catching a nade here from Lag Esports as they make their way on into the building, but for how much longer is the question?
Oh, Farouk now gets found out and off they go. Lag securing themselves on the southern edge, but up comes the blue zone. forcing their hand. Now, Skydo looking to move in and capitalize on it. Finds 2, 1 down. Come on. 1 more to go. Skydo now is going to be falling. As 1-9 gets taken out by the blue. And that is the end of TEAMLAG.
Oh, it's unfortunate, but again, these last-minute engagements, they are so deadly, especially if you catch yourself out in the zone. 1 million even being confirmed out now, as we do spot our last 7 teams. Slime 4KT moving on in, has 2 in zone, 2 outside of zone, and holding quite an interesting position here. Leaders, on the other hand, also with all 4 of their players still up and at 'em. As we take a look at this, those are the only 2 teams that really have all of their numbers, but Virtual Gaming might be looking to make a stop, making a stand against Slime 4KT.
Well, it's going to be the end of Seoul Esports, at least for now, but let's see whether or not Virtual Gaming will be able to pull off that strategy, as you just mentioned, right? Trying to put a bit of a stop here to Slime 4KT, but as we know, Koa is going to be, having a very good answer to that. Looking for a bit of an opportunity on towards Gaddafi. It is going to be Zeus to get traded down, though, as we have these angles really looking so formidable. But now, the shots continue to connect up on towards Koa, not having clear line of sight. But VST also and facing off against the players there from Leaders, and essentially putting their farewells as they get sent away. Now, Storm looking to keep up the defensive angle. They want to get Virtual Gaming under lockdown.
Yeah, they want an opportunity to take the winner chicken dinner here on Erangel, our last Erangel of the day in Plaza. Going to be swooping on in for some of that information, but not going to be making any connection. Gaddafi still up and Adam Alpha Luigi. HP not great. As we can see, it is going to be a tough time for Gaddafi to move on forward. The entirety of Slime 4KT, at least as many numbers as they can focus, is pinpoint accurate and obviously focused on their position.
Yeah, but I'm loving this kind of anchor point that Slime is setting up, right?
Ooh.
Keeping 2 players back, so it's going to be Storm and Pronto in case something happens to Koa here. Out comes the Molly. Could this be the end of Gaddafi? Up comes the rush. Oh, Gaddafi looking on as the flames just get lit up all around them. Up comes the blue zone, and this is really going to be forcing their hand.
Yes.
Alpha Luigi on the off angle. Unfortunately, not being able to bring any assistance on through as Gaddafi goes down to the blue. But this is going to be Plaza looking for the confirmation. Finds it, and now they need to make sure that they survive. It is Shadowin getting found out next as Koa looks to start an absolute rampage.
Again, Teak here towards the northern side as the sort of Titans. They are just keeping quiet. Even Alpha Luigi here from Virtual Gaming, just keeping quiet, just not making a sound. Hoping that Leaders and Slime 4KT will take each other out. And so far, Slime 4KT doing a really good job of applying that pressure to Leaders. But let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, these past 3 weeks have been really, really great for these teams, right? Leaders, Slime, all just rising to the occasion even more so. I mean, they've brought in such strong efforts in the league stage itself. But here we have it, right? Teak going to be just hiding up on the roof, going toe-to-toe with Morteza. But already the shots find them. Oh, Teak could be now in quite a bit of danger. Up comes the advances, even more damage getting dealt. Up comes Scary Boy looking to find that extra bit of closure. But Teak still has a few surprises up their sleeve. As we can see, that health bar getting quite swiftly adapted, but now Leaders pushing on. They want to find and at least close it up. Teak up ahead. Oh, that nade not really reaching where it needs to go, but up comes the push. Leaders, they have this one in the bag, looking to push. Morteza gets traded. Teak gets taken down, and that is Leaders Esports now just clearing it out.
Oh, but it's spelling disaster for Leaders Esports because of all the time that they wasted with the Teak. This is going to give Slime 4KT the prime position to move on in.
Up comes Plaza. Come on, up comes Plaza. Finds a bit of an answer onto it. Shadowin looking to maybe sneak in a cheeky elimination right then and there. Finds the first one, but unfortunately does not survive the aggression. Gary Boy instead puts a bar stop to them, but up comes Pronto with a quick and a very swift response. Gary Boy getting confirmed up. It is now all down to Shadowin holding strong, and down they go. The shots lined up perfectly, and it is Storm to seal the fate. Now, the only player standing between Slime 4KT and the winner chicken dinner is going to be Alpha Luigi, who's of course now just setting themselves up for absolute carnage, right? Getting that weapon at the ready. And this is going to be quite the force. But, as we know, Slime for KT, they're not going to be backing off of this opportunity here. Up comes Koa instead, rushes over. Who needs a gun? You just need some vehicles. And that is going to be Slime for KT locking in the final winner chicken dinner on day number 1. 8 eliminations to their name.
And DK, we had 6 maps. We had 6 different winners for our first day of championship weekend. Moving on in, the teams have really stepped it up, and we keep saying that, but here's the proof. The proof is in the pudding,
yes.
Of course. Every single team, or at least every 6 possible teams, because we only have 6 maps, picking up a winner chicken dinner. But it's great. It's good to see the teams stepping it up.
Oh, so crazy. But of course, well, while we process all this, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back in a short few moments.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious when the player is aiming down sights. The markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, we'd definitely be higher than this.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure. What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season finals, right? Day one, absolutely exciting. We've had 6 matches and 6 different teams taking those winner chicken dinners, with Slime 4KT locking in the very last one over on Erangel. But of course, as we know, it is going to be that opportunity to take a look at the match ranking. Slime walking away with 23 points to their name. Only 4 points ahead of leaders Esports, sitting on 19.
Yeah, and we saw those final moments there with Virtual Gaming and VST. Of course, Alphalugi trying their best in the final moments in the top 4 to try and get a good placement. And they succeeded. I mean, coming on through with such a prime opportunity. But as we know, Leaders Esports just picking up the crazy eliminations. Even Titans there towards the end. I mean, Teak as the solo, trying their absolute best just to hide away from Slime 4KT and their line of sight.
Yeah, Teak bringing in that sneak on the roof, right? A very adept position to find oneself in. But yes, some really strong efforts being brought through. I'm loving the position also being had there by Zero Tolerance, right? Those 7 eliminations, quite a bit of aggression. And again, we see our top 6 teams sitting there with those double digits next to their name. But again, right, Seoul Esports bringing in a bit of a contentious play here alongside TEAMLAG.
Oh, okay. No, so again, it's a good opportunity that we're seeing the teams getting some consistency showing through. Yes, we had that one Sanhok where it was only the top 4 picking up double digits, but so far there's been a very good spread of teams making slightly larger jumps on the overall leaderboard, right? It's not like we're seeing these 20 to 30 points a games coming on through. Only one per map allowed, thank you, please. But at least we're seeing the teams bringing in that consistency, which is going to be a key. I mean, even just the fact that we've only been seeing at least one team taking donuts home means that there's a good opportunity for teams from map to map to pick up points.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we want to have, right? Teams being presented with several opportunities. And, you know, no one's shying away from what they are presented with. Instead, they're looking to step up and just dominate it as best they can. I think this is what makes the finals so exciting, is the fact that we've had 6 different teams rising to the occasion. And I think that's going to be a potential spread across not only today, but moving into the 2 remaining days.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And that's what we will hope to see, that consistency moving on through, because then we're going to have a very interesting storyline to take a look at the overall standings. Then we're going to see a story built into the final moments where we're on the edge of our seats, not knowing who's going to be the top of the top, the cream of the cream, into the best possible teams. But it's going to be dependent on what 1 million and Titans are going to be doing. As we know, they started off with the best bonus points moving into today, and they've already had 2 massive games to add on top of that.
Well, speaking about massive games, right, let's take a look and see what these points are. It's going to be 1 million sitting only 3 points ahead of Titan Gaming. I mean, absolutely insane effort being brought through by both these teams. As we know, they've also come into the finals with a beautiful share of those bonus points, right? So even taking all of that into consideration, the team's really doubling down, and we are seeing some very familiar names sitting on this very first page, right? I'm referring, of course, to Virtual Gaming Squad right there, Slime 4KT, Leaders, VST. I mean, this is going to be such a difficult competition.
Yeah, it is. And again, the spread between first and second, third to second, it's not a crazy gap so far, which I like to see. We had some semblance of this consistency moving into phase 3, where we had just that slight bit of a gap, but overall just a very, very healthy push, because the teams we know, they're looking for that top 6 cutoff. They're looking to be the top of the top, getting themselves into the EMEA champs. So, of course, we know that is the first page. We do have to take a look at the second page to see how far the teams are from getting themselves into the top 6 rankings. So Seoul Esports starting us off with 77 points, and then only being 3 away from Blackjack. Blackjack only 1 away from TEAMLAG, and it starts to filter down in a very similar fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty crazy one. I mean, these numbers are so contentious. Yes, there is about like 104 points difference between first place and 16th place. But it's not too surprising, because we know this is the kind of trend that we've seen, right, over these past few weeks. But these teams all have the capability of changing that up, right? Not necessarily locking in 100 points. It's not going to be easy. We know it's doable because we've seen it happen twice. But it's going to be such a challenge, especially looking at the finals. But playing 6 matches in one particular day, you'll have multiple opportunities, even more than what you've had coming through the league stage.
Yeah, so the teams definitely, they're going to have their stamina put to the test in day after day, from 6 maps. As we said, it was from 4 maps to potentially 5 maps to now 6 maps every single day. But they only have 2 days left to showcase what they have been storing up, what they've been working on in the few breaks, and obviously what those VOD reviews came to fruition for. So ultimately, I think we had a really good start to the day.
Yeah, very crazy start to the day. And of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking, right? And what do you think of this very first day of the finals? Be sure to let us know on social media. You can hit us up on YouTube, as well as on Facebook and on TikTok. Be sure to include the hashtag PMPL Africa. Tell us what you think of this very first day, and who do you think are going to be the teams to lock in those winner chicken dinners come tomorrow, right? 6 more opportunities lie in wait, and we are going to be moving through the exact same sequence of maps with the exact same 16 teams being presented with those 6 opportunities.
And of course, they know exactly what they have to do tomorrow. The teams that are finding themselves in that second page, that are finding themselves in, the bottom slots, maybe even the teams that are just on the outskirts of that top 6, they know who they need to be going for. They know whose spots they need to be fighting at. And of course, the teams that are sitting quite comfortably in the top 6 or the top 2 or the top 1, well, they know that they have a target on their backs. They know that their performances have to be consistent if they want to stay in that position by the end of this weekend.
And it's scary to think, right, just how accessible all these positions still are for all our teams. But let's take a look at that calendar just once again to remind everybody that we are still hopping into the action tomorrow and the day thereafter, right? So that's going to be some Friday, Saturday, Sunday action. Friday, which is where we are today, has pretty much been concluded. So 2 days left to go. And, right, as I was saying, it is so scary to think that regardless of where these teams find themselves on the overall rankings at this point, they can still bring in the efforts in the next day to change that up entirely. But as then also know, the top 6 slots are going to be where the teams are looking to get themselves situated, because those are the teams that are going to be moving through in towards that MEA championship.
Absolutely. And the last MEA championship was absolutely stacked with teams. I mean, the opportunity you get not only just to take part in the MEA chaps, but also the teams you play against, because we have 6 from this PMPL Africa, and then the rest filter on through from the other PMPLs. So you play against a different caliber. I mean, you play obviously against, the rest of Middle East, and you really get a different perspective. So the teams, they're able to not only get that experience, they're able to filter that back into their own playstyle, maybe for the next PMPL Africa, maybe for whatever other competitions they might find themselves in. And that's truly where we see these massive leaps in the team's capabilities, because suddenly they are forced to go up against a caliber they've never been up against before.
Yeah, it forces that growth into the scene, and I think, you know, there's going to be quite a few teams that would welcome that change, right? Having the opportunity to improve their skills, and we've seen the teams already changing up so much over these past 3 weeks. But of course, speaking about change, there's going to be no change to what comes next, right? We are going to be saying our farewells for this evening. Thank you so much to everyone for joining in. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We all look forward to seeing you back again tomorrow as we continue with our second day right here in the finals for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, have an absolutely fantastic evening. Look forward to seeing you all back again. Remember to stay fresh and frosty until tomorrow.
Save a little something for the next round.